I call this special meeting of the Lakota Board of Education Friday, January 6th, 2023 to order. Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming out and having a Friday meeting with us. And thank you, audience, for being here. Mr. Zink, would you call the roll?
Mr. D.
Here.
Ms. Bodie,
Present.
Ms. Casper,
Here.
Ms. Schaefer,
Here.
Ms. O'Connor.
Here. Board will move to item 2 on the agenda. I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda for today. So moved. Thank you, Julie. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Adi. Mr. Zink?
Ms. Schaefer,
Yes.
Mr. D.
Yes.
Ms. Bodie,
Yes.
Ms. Casper,
Yes.
Ms. O'Connor.
Yes. Board number 3 on our agenda is to move into executive session for the purpose of holding an executive session to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Casper.
Second.
Julie. Thank you, Mrs. Schaefer. Please call the roll, Mr. Zink.
Ms. Casper,
Yes.
Ms. Schaefer,
Yes.
Mr. D.
Yes.
Ms. Bodie,
Yes.
Ms. O'Connor.
Yes. Board, we're going to move to the superintendent conference room. There will be no action taken in executive session, and we'll be back.
Need to know when they
We're
will
back
be
on.
in Zoom or not.
I would go ahead and write it down. Animal.
12:06 is when we left, and so you just need to.
All right, word everyone ready? Thank you. I'm going to pull us out of executive session. And for it, I am looking for a motion to appoint a treasurer pro temp, as our treasurer is not with us any longer on Zoom.
So move.
Second,
Would you like to name someone?
Julie.
Can you give me a whole motion?
Julie, I want to move a motion that you be treasurer pro tem.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. D. Thank you, Mrs. Casper. We need a vote.
Someone has to call the roll.
Oh, I'll call the roll. Oh, my. All right. Isaac,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Darby, yes. Julie, yes. Linda,
Thank you. All right, board, thank you for taking time. We are going to move into the retreat portion of our meeting. This is going to be a little more relaxed as long as we can make sure that everybody has a chance to participate fully and speak and be completely involved and not interrupted. And I'd like to keep it kind of a looser conversation instead of being called on. And we'll stick to a less formal process as long as that's working for us. I'm going to ask our facilitator to introduce herself and talk a little bit about herself so that everyone knows your history. Thank you for being with us today, Sharon.
Thanks for having me here. It's great to be back. I know all of you. Darby, today's the first day I've met you. It's my pleasure to meet you. I've worked with the Lakota board before, and you have, my name is Cheryl Ryan. I'm the Director of Board Management Services at OSBA. I've been there 17 years now. It's hard to believe. Was an educational administrator at Ohio State before I became a school board member. And I was a school board member in my home district, Hilliard City Schools, for a number of years before I moved to OSBA. And so I've been there now quite a while and doing this kind of work, doing board development, searches, strategic planning, surveys, helping districts sometimes with community engagement around things like facilities planning or future thinking, that kind of thing. So that's the sort of work I do at OSBA. I have, like I said, I have worked with all of you before, with the exception of Darby. And so what I wanted to do today was to try and design some questions that I hope are aligned to your strategic plan. I know that Matt mentioned, and I saw in previous minutes that you are working towards kind of a reinvestment in your strategic plan and making sure that your administrators and staff and teachers are aligned to that strategic plan. It is my very strong belief that the board should own the strategic plan and should very much be invested in what the strategic plan says. The board, as you know, are usually not the people that are doing the work that results from the strategic plan, but they should certainly be guiding and monitoring and evaluating the work as it comes out of the strategic plan. Much of that is what you were talking about earlier this morning, and that you'll continue to talk about as you work with staff and watch the outcomes of what happens in your classroom. So I have designed a series of questions. I'm going to ask each of you to answer those questions kind of privately and stick them on some chart paper, and then I'm going to collect them and we're going to read the answers. So after I put up each set of questions, I'm going to give you, I hope, just 3 or 4 or 5 minutes to think about your answer to those questions. You can post your answer on the chart paper. I'm going to give you each little hunk of these nice sticky notes. And I hope that we can have a conversation. As I've spoken to your board president, as we've gotten ready for this workshop, the other thing is I hope that if in the discussion of the answers to those questions, other things come up, or it leads you down a road that makes you think of something that happened at a board meeting or a current policy that you have a challenge with, or something you have a question about legality wise or whatever. Hope that we can kind of go there. So I didn't want to come here having worked with you before and do sort of the sit and get kind of workshop. So I hope that this will be okay with all of you, and make it a little bit more participatory as well.
A little bit of and we have snacks and drinks, and if you need to
Oh,
leave
yeah.
the room, whatever you need to do, this is not, it's very informal, so do what you need to do.
Is this live? No.
No,
It is being recorded.
It's being
Okay.
recorded.
So, yeah, if you need to get up and take a break, if you want me to take a break, just flag me down or whatever. So we'll see how we do. Okay, so board work is by definition teamwork, right? That comes right out of the revised code. That nothing you do as an individual board member holds any legal water, right? It's all about how the 5 of you determine your course and move forward. And sometimes that course is determined in a 3-2 vote or in a 4-1 vote, and most often, hopefully, many times in a 5-0 vote, but it is teamwork. And that teamwork results in decisions that your superintendent and treasurer take forward into your student community. So my thought is just let's try and use this time to make positive strides toward doing better work on behalf of everyone in the school community. And for those of you that like to take notes, I'm happy to send this presentation to you. When we're done, I can send the whole thing to you electronically.
thank you.
The other thing I want to tell you is I am entering week 3 of a terrible cold. And I got tested for everything under the sun, and all those tests were negative, but I was sick anyway.
That's what's going around right now.
Yeah, and so what I've got resulting is a cough. And the other thing, I've never had this happen in my life, but my ears backed up with a sinus infection, and they have yet to sort of pop. So
I can relate to that.
if I tell you I can't hear, it's because I can't hear, and I may ask you to repeat something. And if I'm also talking too loud, just tell me, Cheryl, you're using your outside voice. Because I have found now I'm doing what a lot of 90-year-old people do, which is yell because they can't hear anything. All right,
We won't take it personally.
I'll take it first. Okay, so I have, I think, 2 questions in this slide. The first one, and I'll start, if you would just like tear off a hunk of these, I'm hoping all of you have a writing implement.
Yes.
If you would just tear off a hunk of these, I think all total, I have like 12 or 15 questions. And then you'll have them for the exercise. You can disguise your handwriting if you want to.
Yeah, that's not.
So the first question I have is, what do you see as the most important role a board has for school board? So, not just necessarily for all of you here at Lakota, but in general. What is the most important thing that school board members can and should do? And I rewrote them on the chart paper so that you don't have to. And the second one is, what is one skill, talent, or expertise that you believe you have that adds to the value of what's happening on this? Just those 2 on this one, yeah. So just those 2 questions. So take a couple of minutes and think about your answer, and when you're ready, if you could just come stick it up here on the chart papers, that would be great.
You can be creative on it too.
Why don't you give them to me, and then I'll stick them. This is 1, and this is 2. And we can maintain some anonymity if we need it, or want it, or care.
Well, I guess we'll know who's who by the short audience.
You ready? Question 1. That's all right. Question one. Question two. Question one.
One still, oops, I was starting to read two. Number four.
Oh, perfect. This is
that one. That's great.
This is one. This is two.
Are we in the first one?
It's great teacher, first and second.
Great, I didn't, but. You might.
Was that two?
I got coffee because I know Isaac likes it when I drink.
I know. Especially when you're far from me.
You need coffee to keep up with Kelly?
No,
He
I have-
can't keep up with me.
I have my
Would
concoction.
anybody else like some?
I have my
Julie?
concoction here.
No, thank you.
Is that one? Or
Yeah.
have, or both? Both, okay.
Have you started with Celsius yet?
Hmm?
Have you started with Celsius yet?
No.
I like that.
We're good. Be addicted to one little thing.
Remind me, it's like the equivalent of 3 cups of coffee, and then some people have heart issues because they have too much. Oh my.
No. That's not buying the hype.
All natural.
Yeah. All natural coffee.
What's in those bags?
The brown.
Hey, I can't spell very well.
That's one.
So-
I'm just curious.
First,
That's two, this is the first one.
Okay.
The second one.
okay, perfect.
Well, a little bit of that.
All right.
Yeah, I have to. do this. The board retreat, gotta be some junk. Like breakfast, yeah, I go back to like. Thank you. What a comment, like.
These are really good.
Is it good? I love this place.
Yeah.
We've used them at work also.
What is she touching? This pasta?
The pasta, the
The
sandwich.
pasta was delicious.
That pasta is good. I've had that before.
Not something I would normally eat, but. it's nice to-
But it has green in it, so.
Got spinach.
What?
in it.
It
Got
has green in
spinach
it,
in
maybe
it.
we can
Yeah,
justify
and
it.
look, I got a green spinach tortilla.
There you go.
Yeah, so there you go. Throw that in your healthy. That's the healthy part of the day.
Okay, great. All right, so let's start. So the first question, I mean, this is a really important one. If we all don't agree about what our role is, and there can be some flavors to the answer, but we all have to be on the same page about where we're going. And so the strategic plan is a great way we do that, but also we want to just make sure you all understand your role, or that you understand somebody else's perspective on what the role is. So here we have to guide the superintendent and treasurer as they do the day-to-day business of the district, right? To provide governance for the district, to focus the administration on doing what's best for students, to provide two-way communication with the district and community, and to measure progress towards the goals and the strategic plan. To be an advocate for education and prepare the kids for their future, to represent the community in the running of the schools and protect their investment, to represent the entire community in the decision-making process for the school district. So similar thought there. To help students get the best education possible to be successful in life. And problem solving through logic and reasoning. Right, so,
I think you, never mind, that's fine.
pardon me?
You flipped mine.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Sorry. was
Although
there
it
the problem
works.
solving?
It works.
Governance. Governance. So, that was listed here to provide governance for the district. So that certainly is what the law says your role is you are the governors of the district and you provide guidance, and the buck stops with you in terms of the budget. Glad to hear that you talked a little bit today about your budget, forecasting, that kind of thing. But there are several thoughts here around what's best for students, right? Keeping students at the center. What else? Anything else that popped out for any of you from what you heard?
It's all high level, like it's not being in the weeds.
Yeah, it's all high level. It's at the helicopter level, which is really good. Was there dissonance here? Did you see anything here that made you pause, that you thought somebody's on a different sort of wavelength than you are? It doesn't seem to me. It seemed like it was all pretty along the same lines. I thought that to provide two-way communication, there are a couple of you that talked representing the community, the taxpayers. Somebody said to represent the entire community. I think it's interesting, the use of that word. You all represent different neighborhoods, different perspectives, different townships, maybe different political perspectives, but again, because you are working as a group, hopefully you're making decisions. When I talk to boards, I say, I always hope that you're making decisions on behalf of your whole student population. And there may be times that you are working on something as a board that is critical for your littles. Let's say it's a pre-reading initiative, or it's early learning or something like that. And you're talking about spending a significant amount of money on a new program that is going to benefit K through 3, right? So that's not all of your students, it's not all of your community, but you decide that investment is important because those K through 3 kids will soon be 6, 7, 9, 10 kids and moving on toward college. So, but you do need to try and represent the needs of the whole community. So I like that, the use of the word entire there. Any other thoughts on this question? Yeah.
I would say that the needs of the community differ, so I think that's difficult to make sure that in every decision you represent every single person, because I think that's highly impossible.
It's impossible, you said?
Mhm.
Yeah, I think that's really true. And I think that's why Ohio, in its wisdom, however many years ago, decided 5 people. So we have an odd number of people on our boards, sometimes 7, sometimes 11. What is Butler Tech?
11.
11. But you have an odd number of people so that we don't have 2 to 2 votes or 3 to 3 votes. But you do, I think your job as a board member is to represent your opinion. Hopefully you have been trusted by people who voted for you, who believe that you have great thoughts, you have great ideas, you have great opinions, you bring interesting context to the discussion. But you've also been elected to be part of a 5-member board where all of those opinions get put into the hopper, and the 5 of you determine what will be the sausage that comes out of all of those ingredients. And then I believe, my personal belief is that every board member takes an oath to support what comes out of the discussion as a whole. Now, if you represent a minority opinion, I think it becomes incumbent upon you to present evidence and rationale and thought about why that opinion should be the prevailing one. And it becomes incumbent on the majority opinion to present evidence and thought and rationale on why that opinion should continue to be the prevailing one. And then the board will decide. But once the board makes a decision, my belief is that the board should move forward with that decision and that everybody should be supportive.
I disagree,
Why?
because I'm not going to support something that I feel is not in the best interest of the thoughts and the interests of my community that has explained it to me.
But do you not believe your job is to support the will of the full community and all students?
I feel like I represent the majority of the community. However, that is not the case of the board.
You believe you do support.
I believe I have the voice of the majority of the community, And I believe the board is the voice of the minority. And my voice is discounted, and anything that I put forth is automatically rejected.
We believe the opposite. We believe that we represent. the
Well,
majority.
actually, when I put motions up, they're never seconded. When I give feedback, I'm laughed at. Today in our meeting, Linda O'Connor interrupted me twice while I'm trying to speak. However, she would not interrupt any other of the other board members. So those are a few examples.
Okay, now, what I would tell you, first of all, when people, regardless if it's Lakota or any other district, when a board member calls me and says exactly what you've said to me, that I'm discounted, or my motions aren't seconded, or the things I want, the things that I put on the agenda never get approved. I always just say, the challenge to you is to make your case. And you may not be able to make your case in a way that the majority of your board members will support you. And then it's very difficult, but sometimes you just have to accept that people disagree with you.
Oh, and that's fine, but the thing is, the way that they disagree is unprofessional. And I made my case, like delivering 180 pieces of reports that have backed up and documented the disadvantages of masking our students. And the reason why we should not enforce vaccinations or support vaccines by allowing people who are vaccinated to come to school, but if you're not vaccinated, you can't come to school unless you're wearing a mask. So I backed up many of my things that I have put forth, and I do not do that without backing it up. So that's just my.
And what I would, just to be the devil's advocate, do you not believe that people that are pro-masking and pro-vaccines have the same 180 or 1,800 or 2,800 pages of stuff that proves that people should mask and that does work and vaccines do work?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's a perfect example. So when you come and you say, this is my truth and these are my facts, and other people come and say, this is my truth and these are my facts, and you have that conversation, whether it's about masking or about literacy or about bullying or whatever it might be that you're talking about, and you get to a point where that talking is sort of done and you're not covering new territory, and the board votes, and in this case, my assumption is, I haven't read back minutes from 3 years ago, but my assumption is the board voted to have masking in the schools. Is that right?
Yeah, that wasn't with me though.
Both.
Right,
Like,
that was before you were a board
yeah.
member, but
We've
yeah,
had both.
but Lakota supported masking and vaccines, right, as a school district?
Not giving vaccines.
Not vaccines,
Never.
masking. But the board made a policy about masking. And then that's the rule.
But I would not support that because it's damaging to our children, and I will fight for the children's safety and for their health and for their education, because I do not agree with that, nor will I ever sit down and sit there and say, and shut up and say, I agree.
But here's the difference, and correct me if I'm
No,
wrong.
go ahead, Kelly.
The difference is that as a member of a 5-person board, that is your role. Your role is not to come in and it doesn't go your way. I mean, many things have, I mean, we've all disagreed, but your role as a board member is not to, like, your comment about motions and bring in motions. They don't get seconded because it's the same motion we voted down already with maybe a word change or here and there. So when we take the stand and make the vote, your job, the oath you took as a board member is to support that decision. That's where I think.
I disagree.
I think I want to say something.
Because I
But
took
you disagree doesn't mean that
I
it's
took
not.
an oath to support the Constitution, and when you're trying to mask our children and make them wear a medical piece of equipment, that is what I'm supporting, is the Constitution, and that trumps everything.
Okay.
I say something on
Yeah, sure,
that very motion.
Sure.
That very motion.
sure.
I think what you are talking about was even voted against masking. The area that the board disagree with you is what you were saying is your motion was we should go back to March 1st, 2020, pre-COVID.
You're talking.
The motion that she's talking about, that was voted down. You wanted to go back March 1st, I remember your motion very well. You wanted to go back to March 1st, 2020, that's pre-COVID. So the question, and we voted in favor of no masking. That policy is there. We're not going to mask our kids.
But you're still.
Well,
looking at
hold
the
on, I'm not
board,
done.
it's not
Let
the board.
me explain so that you understand your motion, because
I
it seems
understand my motion. Thank you. I don't need you to repeat it.
the motion that she is saying was put down was, she wants us to go back to pre-COVID policy on everything about health. Okay, but the issue of masking was voting in favor of no masking. There was a motion that was on no masking. We're pulling back authority from the previous board that gave the superintendent to mask or not, to make those decisions.
Okay.
So the motion that passed was pull back authority from the superintendent, and then to also say at this point, no more masking. And that was
That's the most recent motion that passed.
that motion passed.
But it's still catered to the board.
The more, let me.
No,
finish.
I'm correcting you. This is, I can interject.
The motions are still there.
Helping you with that.
The-
It is to also, but it also says that the board has the authority to mask, and the board should not have the authority to mask our students.
Although I believe the state, and I'm not a legislative expert, but I believe the state legislature has told school boards in the state of Ohio that it is their authority whether to pass masking.
You're not
or
having
not.
that.
And we don't have that yet.
Students.
It's not about the motion, Cheryl, as much as it's about what you're hearing now.
Exactly.
It's the not following the will of the board and believing that you don't have. to
It's
do
the
it.
will of the people that don't want the.
Or
board
it's
to
not the
decide
motion.
whether or not their
I want-
children should
I
wear
want
a
to say,
mask or device.
I want
Can
to
we
say
let
something about
Isaac
real
was
estate.
interrupted? Can we let Isaac
Yeah.
finish his
I
thought
want
along?
to- I want to say something that I think is happening. I understand your emotion very well,
Yeah.
because right now we don't have masking, we don't have masking policy because it passed.
Right.
There's no more masking, and we pulled back the authority from the superintendent. They said this, the phrase that was added is that if there's any need in the future regarding health, masking or no masking, the board are going to sit, and at that time we can make decision.
Re-talk about it again.
Yes, but at that time, we voted no masking.
Right.
Okay, so what I know, I understand by her motion, which active now, I know she doesn't know it is. She wants us not to have any policy on COVID at all. The COVID is not gone.
It's over. Even the president said it was over, Isaac. I do
Okay.
understand my motion, and that was a dig at
So
me.
the motion I know was written
That
for you by
And
people.
I'm tired of your digs when you're trying to dig at me. Every time you speak, you make a dig at me. And you say, I make a dig at you. I do not. You take it personal because you're prideful, and then you sit there and you try to dig at me saying, I do not understand my motion when I do.
I'm explaining what.
Right, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
What I want to say too is I want to go back to your comment about upholding the Constitution. And I don't mean at all because I'm not in your meetings, but you took an oath as a board member to support the will of the board. Is that not true?
I am not supporting the will of the board. I don't always support the will of the board. I don't know. You'll have to remind me, because I don't remember that.
Okay.
And if that is, I disagree, because I'm not going to support the will of the board. If I disagree and I think it's harmful to our students, and I don't think it's in the best interest of the community or our students, I will not support it.
So you only pick and choose the oath you want to follow?
No, I don't remember that oath in the thing. You'll have to print it out and tell me if that's
Okay.
exactly what I gave an oath to.
And I know that there are some issues in school districts that are very, very difficult for individual board members. Very, very difficult for individual board members when they are the one person or the two people on the end of a losing vote. But what happens when the will of the board, when the full board can't go, and you know, it kind of goes back to if you can't say something nice, maybe sometimes you don't have to come out and carry a flag and say, I heartily support what happened in the board meeting last night. But I think that my opinion is that when a full board goes forward in the direction of the vote, that it enhances the credibility of the board and of the district. And that but Darby, I do believe it is your responsibility to voice your opinion, right?
Well, I'm a representative of the community, so technically it's their opinion on that matter.
Well, okay, but yeah, you're representing, but as a member of the board now of Lakota Local Schools, you're representing the whole district, right? You may have gotten elected by a pocket or predominantly by a certain number of people that support your thinking.
Yeah, I would say
and
I
you do
probably
need to bring-
represent the majority.
You do need to bring their
Yeah.
thinking to the table.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you have done that, apparently. I'm understanding you have done that. But once the board acts, I would hope that you could side with the board or at least support the board, even if it's
I
quiet.
cannot. And
And
that is why I decided not to vote for the OSBA, because I understand that that's what the OSBA thinks, and I disagree with that.
that the OSBA thinks that the will of the board should carry the day.
That I should support the board and support what they say, and they vote when I do not, and the community does not. I will not support.
Well, except didn't the community elect these four?
Yes.
people?
Exactly.
That I don't bend to their will, when the community that speaks to me and tells me their feedback, I'm not going to
Half a percent.
sit down and shut up, so to speak, because that's the will of the board.
And the board meeting is designed to give you an opportunity to voice your opinion. When a motion is made and seconded and the president calls for discussion, that's an opportunity for you to share your opinion. Then discussion closes and a vote is made.
I'm just gonna disagree on this. I don't think we're gonna go anywhere.
Okay, that's fine.
So I'm half a percent. I know that we all agree here that we're coming together representing the community, and nobody has said they disagree with anything like that. So if where it is the community at large, you represent a community that maybe the ones you talk to all the time. You represent some, you represent some, you represent some, I represent some. So as we come, we're bringing all the community requirement, we're bringing it into the park. So when we get in there and it's voted, which means that if 4 people voted yes or 3 people voted yes, it means that represents the community. The 2 that did not get passed or 1 person that did not get passed, all right, go back to your community and say, this is the voice of the team. And this is how we go by. That is what I understand.
I would agree with you.
And I say that that's not happening because Isaac and Linda don't vote with their community.
Pardon me?
I would say that Isaac and Linda don't represent their community when they vote.
You are talking about a political party, not a community.
No, I'm saying.
No, you're not. And that's the problem. That's where you feel that you're not heard, is because
The personal attacks don't help.
you don't believe,
And
if you don't
see Isaac
believe,
personally attacking me.
if you don't believe in what the board is supporting, that's where the issue comes, that you're just constantly going to stand up and say, I don't believe this, and push back and push back. You know, we are making stupid choices. You are the only one that's right and we are wrong. So
I
those
think
kind
you're
of
the one who
things,
said that, not me.
you actually called my choice stupid in a meeting.
Well, it probably was a stupid choice if I called it stupid.
Again, the problem is you think you're right and everybody else is wrong.
Well, I am right on what I am saying, certain situations, especially the current one.
But there's a difference. Again, everybody has their own opinion, but you have to be willing to listen to one another. And one of the things that I think all 5 of you have sort of entrenched yourselves and you've quit listening to understand. You know, you can say, I'm hearing you, but I think that, what was it, John Cooper used to say, even a blind wolf, finds a nut every
Even a
now and
squirrel
then, or
finds a
whatever.
nut.
I've totally screwed that metaphor up. But every one of you is going to say something, I hope, that will resonate with every other one of you. And if you can, at the beginning of every meeting and every decision, tell yourself, at this meeting, I'm going to resolve to listen for understanding. I'm going to listen to all 4 of my board colleagues, to what they have to say, and try and find something in what they're saying that makes sense to me, or that I can ask a question about, or that I can ask for clarification, or I can ask for evidence. Julie, what do you see happening in the district that makes you think that? Darby, what do you see in the community that makes you think that that is the correct opinion? I think that it is a responsibility for all 5 of you to be able to hear each other and to help one another validate your thoughts. I've got a question later today that I think will be really, really interesting for you. And so I'm going to move on right now because, you know, as I think you said, none of us is going to change our mind. We're not, you know, covering new ground here, but let's move forward and see what happens in further conversation. What is one skill you have that adds value to the leadership team? Cooperative spirit. Problem solving through logic and reasoning. Being patient and selfless. A good listener and a people person. That's really important, being a people person for sure. My ability to be empathetic and get along with people. Courage to do what's best for students without being pressured by the teachers' unions and OSBA's agenda to indoctrinate our children. And having a student in the district, therefore understanding how our actions impact students and families day to day. So how many of you do have children who are still in the district?
Just Julie.
Just you, Julie?
Three of us have graduates.
You have grads, alumni?
Three of us to school.
So,
Truckee homeschools and we have graduates.
okay. So I think this is an interesting perspective, the parent perspective. And I would encourage those of you who aren't parents to make sure that I meant parents of students in the Lakota schools. To definitely try and stay in touch by your attendance at school events and community
And
events.
I think we all do that.
Good. Cooperative spirit and being a people person. Empathy is huge, I think. And that kind of goes back to what I was talking about in terms of really listening is what is making this person feel this way? Or what am I saying that's creating this sort of a defensive response in this person? Can I say something in a way that gets my point across better? I think thinking empathetically about the way we do our board work is really important as we move forward. Okay. So this is your current mission statement. Everything we do is designed to provide a future-ready, student-centered learning experience for every single child. I mean, you've got a lot of kids in this district, right? And so that is that's a large bite of the elephant there. But it's an excellent mission statement. Speaks to the future, the fact that you are here for students, etc. So I've got another set of questions. First one you can start thinking about. What actions must the board take to ensure accountability for our mission? Basically, what can the board do to make sure that you are creating future-ready, student-centered education for every child? The next question here is, what is one example of something Lakota does very well that speaks to its level? Probably many examples, but what is one example? And the third question here is, how can the board better contribute to communicating the accomplishments of the district as it works to complete its mission? I'll let you get up and stick your stuff on the chart paper when you're done. Stretch your legs.
Matt, you have, I asked Matt to print out copies of the strategic plan. Can you give everybody a copy just for reference?
Yeah, we're gonna go.
Okay.
And there's
Thanks.
their volume is.
Thank you.
A little bit.
I can remember which answer goes with which question.
Pardon me?
Now I can remember which answer goes with which question.
Good number sometimes.
When is your organizational meeting?
Monday.
Monday.
What time is this over?
Pardon me?
What time is this
It's
over?
we're scheduled for before.
I thought it was 3.
Oh. Our notice.
But maybe we're gonna do something after.
We moved the
Okay.
executive session. I did mention that in our phone call the other day.
So it's till 3 or till 4?
It's still 4.
I think 3 o'clock's probably, at least for my part, I think we'll be up.
Well, I tried to take half of my cookie, but it was too good, so I ate it all.
There's more, there's 2 whole bags up here.
Trying to be good after Christmas, but
I
it's
was
really
gonna say,
hard.
can't hear anything sweet anymore.
Yeah.
All All right, as soon as Kelly's back, there she
Okay.
is. Did you see Matt out there?
I did not. He's doing copies, I think he said. It's
Okay.
probably in his office.
I think you can keep going, Sean.
Pardon me?
You can keep going.
Okay, all right. So what actions must the board take to ensure accountability toward our mission? Right, I put on this slide here. I thought this was kind of interesting when I saw this one. Accountability is the glue that ties commitment to results. So you talked about that a lot earlier this morning, is the metrics, and that basically is your accountability. And what actions must the board take to ensure accountability towards your mission? Again, your mission is, it belongs to the 5 of you. So as you move towards a new strategic plan or reinvesting in your strategic plan, I really encourage you to embrace that mission. Use it in your board meetings. Use those words when you're talking to community members. Words like future ready, words like every child, whatever it is in the mission statement that resonates with you. Read your mission statement. You know, when you approve your agenda, I always am a big fan of hearing the district's mission statement read at board meetings, so that people in your community begin to understand what it is that all 5 of you are engaging in, the work that you're engaging in. So here are a couple of your answers. And either reading, so fun getting old. All right. This person says, make decisions based on what is in the best interest of students. So keeping students at the center of your conversation. And that can sometimes be hard to do because you're talking about money, you're talking about people's taxes, you're talking about, you know, something that might benefit one group of students or suck up, you know, considerable resources for one group of students that doesn't affect another group of students, et cetera. And so those are sometimes difficult decisions, but I also agree that if we can all continually remember that we are here to, we're not, I think you said earlier, Kelly, I heard you say something about laundry detergent, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not,
Can't service half a child.
we're not growing laundry detergent here, we're growing people. And that's important. So continue to look forward to the changing workforce needs and what I can't read this, something old issues. Continue to look forward to the changing workforce. Oh, okay, I see. Continue to look forward to the changing workforce needs for sort of historic issues. So that whole future readiness.
Right.
And what is it that employers in this area of our state where your alumni are going to probably many of them are going to live and work after graduation. What is it that they're going to need to have to make them competitive in the future? So that's a good one. Listen to the community during board meetings instead of passing policies that strip them of their voice. I might need to ask a little bit more about that.
Could you read that again, please?
Listen to the community during board meetings instead of passing policies that strip them of their voice. And if you want, when we're done and the next day, I can transcribe all of this and get it all back to you too.
That'd be good.
Stay focused on the mission and avoid distractions. I think that is really a good one, and it's much easier said than done. Okay. When a storm happens, when a pandemic happens, when a boiler in the elementary school breaks, when something happens, one of your buses, unfortunately, you know, has a fender bender and you have a couple of injured students or something like that. It is very difficult to do this. But if you are able to stay focused on your vision and your mission and continue to talk in terms of that strategic plan as a board, I believe very, very strongly that you will move forward. Regular feedback and communication with the superintendent, treasurer, and executive team to make sure the focus continues to be on students. And that, you know, when I do superintendent searches or treasurer searches around the state, and I speak with community groups, focus groups, and boards about what they want in their next leader, it's almost always about communication, right? It is about how the superintendent communicates with the board. It is about how the board communicates with each other. It is about how the board can appropriately communicate what they're doing to the community, which is this question here.
How the board president communicates to the board.
Sure, how you communicate with each other, and that certainly includes the board president. That's really an important one. So-
Board members communicate with each other in a respectful manner.
For sure. So let me finish these and then we'll see what discussion is up. Resources. Since something focused on our core competence.
Gonna have to start writing more legible for Cheryl.
I'm sorry.
It's all us.
Student achievement, accountability, and accountability measurements for the administration. So resources focused on your core competency and student achievement. So focusing on students, that's similar to this one, listening to community about what they believe is important for your school and your students, and communication. So many of these, again, are very much related one to the other. Now, you said something and you said something. So what discussion needs to come from here, communication wise?
Well, communication and examples, I saw Miss Linda in the hallway and I asked for her specifically. There's been several times where there's been another person in the room. And so I would like to have known as a board member who was actually in that room that I am unfamiliar with. And she brushed it off and I said, you know, I know she gets tired of my questions and this would really help make it run a little bit more smoothly. And she said, well, I don't mind your questions. And I said, well, as a board member and as the president, that would be your job or your responsibility to let us know. And I would appreciate that as a board member, if she would let us know who's in the room. So I can come in without asking so many questions. And so I've ended up.
I would agree with you. I think when you have guests of the board, executive session, et cetera, it's good for everybody on the board and the superintendent and treasurer to be on the same page about who will be joining the session. Linda, your point.
Julie, did you interpret that
I
conversation?
was just going to say that I interpreted that as, yes, I agree. I will let you know who is in the room, but I also am not offended by your question. So but that's how I interpret it, is not rejecting part. It was saying yes, and I will tell people that who's going to be in the room, and I also am fine if you have questions.
You interpreted what?
What Linda
She
had,
apparently saw the.
I observed the conversation.
I observed. Sorry,
And I just interpreted it as trying to say, don't be like, it's okay.
You
to ask
didn't hear
questions.
Linda say, I don't like your questions.
No,
Or to say, it's not reasonable to expect to know who's in the room. I interpret it as, yes, good point. And also, it's okay if you have questions, but that was my interpretation of
Linda
this.
said those words. All she said was,
She
she doesn't
ahead
mind
and
my
said,
questions.
okay, and then, I mean, that's how I remember it.
I said questions are fine.
Pardon me?
I said questions are fine.
Okay.
It's the continuous attacks and not understanding. I think everybody is here for good reasons and trying to make things work. And in an administrative role, trying to bring 5 board members all together and making sure schedules happen and all the rest of that. It's challenging.
It is
when-
challenging.
when one board member is not cooperating in that effort and when there are attacks about it. And so that is frustrating. I've now heard 3 times myself brought forward. Isaac's been brought forward. There's just not a reason for that when what we're here for is board training and development and hopefully some team building.
Okay.
And that to me doesn't indicate intent.
Outside of any specific things that have happened here, I think there needs to be some basic ground rules that you all agree to. One is that to the extent possible, all 5 of you are going to be as responsive as you can be to each other. Right? So whether that's, I don't know any board members anymore, thank goodness, because this wasn't true 10 years ago, that aren't really pretty regular users of email. Whether or text messaging. I would hope that in the spirit of collaboration, all 5 of you are responsive when any of the other 5 of you or your superintendent or treasurer reaches out to you.
That is not the
And
case.
I don't expect all of you to be on your email at 10 o'clock at night or 11 o'clock at night, but Julie, if you send an email to your colleagues or you place a phone call to Kelly, I would hope that within, 18 to 24 hours, Kelly can at least get back to you and say either with an answer or I'm really swamped right now. It's going to be a couple days, but I got your message. So I think that's a ground rule and a pretty basic expectation. Does anybody have a problem with that?
Do you have a problem with that, Linda?
I think the question is thrown to the whole.
Well, I was just asking if he's the one that
Let-
had
let me
any
say-
issues with that doesn't respond to my emails. So,
So at all?
Ever?
yeah, there's been quite a few where I've responded and she hasn't, or I've sent emails and she hasn't responded. So that's kind of a thing for her.
Well, I also think we have to be careful because the district has been involved in some litigation. And so there have been some where if you respond, it becomes an email stream and it becomes a non-public meeting. And so we have to be very cautious of that. And even sometimes when a disclaimer is put out up front, it's still, it feels like it could very easily head in the direction of an inappropriate discussion. And because the district's had litigation, I feel like we are all very fearful
I think that's a really
of
legitimate concern.
responding and how we act and making sure that we do our business in the meeting and not do it in a way that is not appropriate, especially given the
Sure.
highly litigious environment.
I think that none of you should ever put anything in an email that you would be embarrassed if it went up on somebody's
Absolutely
refrigerator,
not.
right?
Right.
So,
So let me ask Cheryl, though, if any of the rest of the board shares that concern, because I haven't heard that from anybody else.
Of
yeah.
course, I'm the only one that you target, Linda, so of course they're not.
Well, now see that,
I get that.
that to me is an attacking sort
But
of.
she attacks me
But
all
she
the
does all
time,
the
so, I mean, she goes around town. Never mind.
I think that, but what I would say is when you send an email, when any of you sends an email, even if it's just to your point, Julie, about not wanting to contribute to public records requests or something that could be damaging to the district, just respond back received.
It's not
Proceed.
defamation when it's a fact.
And I think that makes good sense. I think that the five of you need to be really responsive to each other. Even when it's uncomfortable, just
Absolutely.
be professional. I also think that I've said this before, and maybe there's times it's been difficult, but I have very rarely, if ever, found something that is the kind of conversation that should be had at a board table that can't be had professionally, that can't be had respectfully, right? If it's personal digs or shots across the bow or things like that, then it's probably not stuff that should be spoken about at the board table anyway. Now, your opinion, if it differs from somebody else, you might be defensive or angry or I don't know, just aghast at what somebody else brings to the table, and that's okay. But your response needs to be respectful and professional, even if you're disagreeing. Does anybody have a problem with that? Okay.
I don't think that's what we see, unfortunately. But we-
Well, I would
we can
just
move on.
ask you all to work on it. If somebody, there are many times I check myself and I will say something to somebody and then I'll ask myself, if somebody said that to me, would it hurt my feelings? If what I just said to that person, somebody said to me, would it hurt my feelings?
So much harder when there's
It is hard.
Social
It is
media.
hard when you have a
social
community
media is
that
involved and you see on social
that
media
are
things being
emotional.
said about you, yeah.
for sure.
By another.
I wanted to ask this question about this one. There was something about a policy here. Listen to the community during board meetings instead of passing policies that strip them of their voice. What does that mean?
Absolutely. So there's been times where the community would like to speak up or say comments and the board has played games and shut the public comment down. The community sees this and the majority of the board does not have a good look, I guess we say, to the rest of the community.
That's not true.
Oh, it's pretty true.
Okay, so we have a disagreement here. Now, you have a public participation
We do.
policy,
Right,
right?
yeah, what?
Do you
They're
follow it?
limiting what people
Yes,
can
it
speak
was
on.
recently revised based on litigation and based on our council.
We
Okay.
don't want to be
Yes, we
held
need to
accountable
revise
for
it.
bad decisions.
So
And based on, I'm sorry.
if we could talk without interruption, Cheryl, I'll get the gavel back if we need to,
Yeah.
but let's see.
Yeah,
if we
let's,
can try to
let's
do
please
that.
try and do that. So let me ask you, because you're the board president, what does your current public policy say? The revised public
Well,
policy?
it's 2 pages, so I'm not going to recite the whole
Okay.
thing to you.
What are the basic parameters?
So basic parameters would be it's 30 minutes. We have one per meeting, 3 minutes
Per
per
person.
person. Normal stuff. You can talk on a wide list of items or on any items on the agenda. So it's not just agenda items. It's anything that's educationally related and that's spelled out. We residents, parents of students, because we do have some outer districts enrolled, so they can, any parent of any student can talk.
Okay,
Businesses can talk. What am I missing?
Staff.
And staff members can speak as well.
okay.
We,
You generally offer it at every regular meeting?
at every regular meeting,
Okay,
and we also, we did have in our past policy, which was the subject of litigation, we allowed compliments of staff, so positive comments. But since I've been on the board, I think that they've done this, is they've said no negative comments about any employees.
That those would be taken in executive session.
Those would be taken in, well, we have a policy about how to deal with,
how to criticize or how to
Right.
offer, right.
Complaint.
so
This
we've
was to
changed
protect
it
the
now to
students.
say, we're not going to have any comments whatsoever about employees. Because it's very difficult to determine if it's content neutral. So now we don't do negative or positive comments, we just don't discuss employees. We try to ask people to go back to our policy on how we handle employee complaints.
Okay, so how,
And by the way, I do want to add,
Oh,
on
okay.
the one meeting, when public comment was not allowed at that meeting, which is the first time I think in my experience, was based on our council. And our council got up and said, this is the recommendation I'm making to you, because we were in the process of litigation at the time.
okay,
And the policy needed to be revised before we were back into public comment to make sure that we were legally compliant.
okay,
So that was why,
Public comment,
that was
and
why
then they-
one meeting it
yeah.
was shut down.
There was a potential, there's a potential of, because we were
Liability.
in the process of settlement,
Liability.
right,
and there was an amount that was settled.
right,
And there's a possibility of more comments that will lead to more resources being lost.
so,
So
What
the
resources?
and
Can
the
you let me
requirement
finish?
from the litigation was
Everything
that
comes out his mouth.
the policy has to be amended. So if we continue with that old policy,
It is.
there's a possibility of more resources being lost.
okay,
So our council came and provided that information
at the board meeting,
at the board meeting. So a motion was moved that because of the situation we are with the judge in the court right now,
Mhm.
we would rather wait till when this policy has been amended to avoid more resources being lost.
sure, that makes,
So that motion was made and was seconded and was voted in.
okay,
So some people feel like because they couldn't have that room at that time to come and vent, you know what the outcome would have been,
right,
because I did the math.
well, I don't know,
You
but
still
yeah,
got
The outcome could have been up to like
Oh.
maybe
Sue.
200, 300,000 loss added to the judge recommendation.
okay,
So that motion was made and said, let's amend our policy to avoid more loss of resources.
okay,
And the motion passed, and that was what
Your
happened. So
policy.
we went back and changed the policy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Darby, your thought?
Hold on. My thought is that Matt Miller has been,
No, I just wanna talk about the policy.
yeah, well, the policy was, there's background to it. But because of the things that were going on in the community regarding Matt Miller, they shut down the public comment because they did not want to hear what they had to say. The attorneys are there to support back Matt Miller, not the board or the community. And so they shut down the public comment. They opened it up for public comment, but then Linda, someone conveniently had the attorney come up first to speak, and then they voted to shut down public comment, and all of the parents were there from all sides of the community to either express good job, bad job, whatever, to, about the district and about the situation, and they refused to hear it based on suggestions from the attorneys, which we do not have to follow, by the way, and also led into more potential lawsuits.
Honestly, for me, part of why I think it needs to be advised is that we have students in the room. For whatever reason, we have students on Zoom watching, and we have parents, and I'm sorry, elephant in the room, we have parents coming to the mic using the word masturbation, climax, sexual. That is not appropriate in a board meeting.
But do you think?
It is,
like
let me finish.
Is appropriate?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
You have so my point is, for me, that was the guiding force. We have got to stop. And what Mrs. Bodie doesn't understand, nor some of the public, is that we are in a business meeting that is held in public. This is not a public forum
Right.
for our town hall meeting for anybody to get up and say whatever they want. That's not what a business meeting is about.
That's
And
right.
that's the problem we have conveying that to the public, because members of the board don't believe that.
Well,
Let me-
let me just say,
Public forum, sorry.
outside of Lakota, outside of your issues, right? Just about public policy. First of all, as you've said, your new public policy sounds similar in most aspects to what I see in most districts. 30 minutes, 3 minutes per person, a couple of the other things that you said. It's also quite common for districts to restrict comments that are personal or related to personnel matters in public. Kelly is also right that the law says, the revised code says that the board meeting is a meeting of the board held in public. It is your meeting. It is not the public's meeting. Public participation is something that all boards do, and I heartily endorse the fact that boards do it, to hear from their community. But it has to be done in a way that supports the work of the board, which is why you have policy and why you have parameters about stepping to the mic. And some districts require you to be a resident, some districts don't. There are many district-specific aspects to public policy. And usually, when a district is wanting to revise its public policy, we refer them to their legal counsel. I think that Isaac makes an excellent point. It is true that particularly when you are litigating one or more things in your district, you need to be very careful about not just what the public says, but how the board responds and the role that the board takes during that public comment. So do you, Darby, outside of what happened before, do you have a problem with the way the new policy
Yes.
reads now? Why?
It's limiting what they can speak on, and they cannot say positive or negative about situations. And if they've tried to contact the board, they've tried to contact the superintendent, and the situation is not resolved, that is what they're doing, because either things are ignored, things are emails are not answered appropriately with records requests and such. And this is a mic that allows people to express their concerns, and we've shut that down. And even the positives, like there are parents that want to come and speak positively about certain situations, and we're so afraid of what they're going to say about certain situations that they don't even want to hear the positive, because they don't want to be held accountable for their bad decisions.
You don't know what we think. You don't know that we're shutting it down because we don't want to hear. I
We're not
expressly
shutting
just
it down.
said, well, not, I expressly just said, my concern comes from the language that's being said at the mic with students in the room.
Now, are you shutting down school-related commentary?
No.
No,
Again,
It's only
there is a
within
list.
certain parameters that they have all agreed on, which I don't agree.
There's a list, it might be A through J of items that can be discussed. It's a pretty broad
And
list.
then anything
And
that's on the
anything on the
agenda.
agenda. I don't see that as shutting down conversation or communication with the board. I will also say something that has been added here is the board, full board discussed this in a policy committee meeting for over an hour and a half. Spent a lot of time. Everybody's voice was heard at the table multiple times. Everybody's agreement or disagreement with the policy was heard. And I actually did believe that we should go in a different direction than what we ended up doing.
Which you voted.
However, that's not where the majority of the board went. That's not what the will of the majority was. I also suggested we look at this again in a few months and see how it's working for us. My original thought was 30 minutes, say what you need to say. But that is not where the board went for a variety
even
of
in a-
reasons, and actually were very valid reasons.
Even in a say what you want to say environment, which many districts have, there's a line, right? There's a line about decency and things that are
Obscenity,
personal in
profanity.
nature
Yep.
and things that are real, for even if, I'll just give you an example. Let's just say we have a principal who has part of her goals that she's going to improve some aspect of her leadership in her building, right? And maybe that aspect has to do with student discipline. And so the superintendent is working with that principal on reducing the sort of student discipline issues in her building. And a parent comes to the meeting and says, I want to talk about discipline at the high school, and it's kind of a disaster. And I think most boards would sort of let that kind of comment go. But the point where the parent says, the principal's got to go because she's not trying, or she's endorsing or allowing students to run wild, or whatever they might say. When it gets personal like that, I think many times boards will intervene and ask the person to end their comment.
What if it's about a superintendent that the board is responsible for hiring and terminating?
If as it concerns his job, the goals that you talked about in that meeting earlier, I think that's all fair game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so creating a safe environment.
But if it's a personal attack, then it's not, correct?
I would not want to hear personal attacks about my superintendent in a board meeting.
And so what our legal counsel told us is if we are limiting the personal and negative
personal.
comments, we also have to limit the positive. We can't limit one without the other.
I think that was the
It's the
judge.
legal advice that we got.
Yeah, I
There's no
think,
judge that was not taken to court.
that kind of goes to, we tell people all the time, you can't tell Mary she can't come and criticize your work when you let Bill come every week and tell you what a great job you're doing. So yeah, that goes to the same. The only other comment I want to make about public policy is the board does have a right to suspend its public policy for a particular reason. Maybe because your agenda is super long. Maybe it's because you've got 4 guests that are on your agenda that day and you just don't have time. But most boards don't. Most boards try and offer some piece of public participation at every regular board meeting, which I think is a great policy. But what I would say is whatever your policy is that you've all voted to endorse and adopt, is that you follow it and you just be really consistent with it.
I don't support it.
And I
But you
think it's
have
the-
to because you're a board member. And
But it is the policy.
so you have.
It is the
Which
policy
is
that
not
was.
law. And if they have, and if the policy is encroaching on their First Amendment,
It's
then
not.
it is.
It isn't.
Let her-
It is.
let her finish.
So when they are encroaching on the First Amendment and breaking that, whatever you would say, I mean, code or whatever, then there's an issue, and that's what this is doing. It's encroaching on the parents' First Amendment, and you're setting yourself up, because I didn't vote for this, you're setting yourself up for more lawsuits by this policy,
And-
which
I'm not a First Amendment expert, but I think that there are parameters and there are limits that the state Supreme Court has put in place for what people can say in public discourse.
absolutely,
limit
and
in
it's
the
not-
form.
and they were just describing something that the superintendent, I'm not exactly sure,
I'm sure.
but they were saying something that regarding the superintendent situation, which is absolutely disgusting. And so they have their right to express that. And again, the board was trying to shut it down. It's breaking the First Amendment. Again, they're setting themselves up for more lawsuits, and this is gonna make us lose more resources.
No, because we would win those lawsuits because we are a limited public forum. If they stand
Well,
on
you
the
just
street
lost
corner,
one.
that had nothing to do with this.
You just lost one.
If they were standing on a street corner with a sign, correct me, if they're standing on a street corner with a sign saying Linda O'Connor sucks, we can't do anything about that, sorry. We can't do anything about that. If they come to our meeting and say Linda O'Connor sucks, we can do something about it. That is the
I
legal.
believe that's true, but I would trust your legal.
That's what legal said, so.
So I do think there's a lack of understanding about what a public forum versus a limited public forum is.
Agreed.
And I think that's.
There's a very big difference between a board meeting held in public and a public meeting.
Yes.
We say that every meeting.
And a big difference in allowing the community to speak and shutting them up during a board meeting.
You
It's not
are
a
allowing
public
me to
meeting.
speak,
We are allowed to
just,
do that.
you're just
They
putting
didn't
some
want-
not a
fence
public.
around some of the broad topics that you're gonna want to hear from them about. Okay, what is one example of something Lakota does well that speaks to its mission? Promoting the positives that happen every day in our classrooms. Somebody thinks that you do a pretty good job with that, telling your story. Community engagement. Receiving input from businesses, families, and students on their wants and needs. Someone said, I have yet to see the success of the statement or mission. Focusing on more than just students going to college, focusing on the 4 E's: employment, enlistment, enrollment, entrepreneurship. Focus on attending a wide and varied selection of student opportunities. A focus on offering a wide and varied selection of student opportunities. That's awesome. Those are all good ones. Somebody needs to see some more positives. But the way you communicate and promote every day, again, it kind of goes back to communication is really critical. And I've got something at the end of our presentation to just give you a hint about that. All right, number 5, how can the board better communicate the accomplishments of the district? Promote and build up the students and staff, focus on the good. I think that the board is very capable of doing that. The board meeting is a great place for you to be able to focus on the good. I think that sometimes you have to be self-critical as well. But though, if you can always offer what you're doing to fix it, accept responsibility, and then say, you know, this is what we're doing to fix it. This is what we're doing to make sure that it doesn't happen again. This is what we're doing to make that better, etc. Let our students and families who are using our services share their experience. That's interesting. So getting the student voice, getting more student voice and parent voice, whether it's on your Facebook page or your website or at your meeting. That's an interesting thought. Allow participants at board meetings to publicly say the successes of teachers. Again, I think if we're talking about programs and we're talking about content and not about, a particular person, I think you can talk about Mr. Jones's chemistry class and the wonderful things students in that chemistry class are doing without making it personal for Mr. Jones. I mean, I think the praise is inherent in those kinds of comments, but I don't want us to be so careful about walking on that balance beam between not saying positive because we're not going to say negative, because you do need to tell the good stories. You all know, I hope you know, that your district, in my experience, has always been seen as a premier district in Ohio. And what happens here in Lakota is truly, I think, a bellwether for other districts. And you lead the way and other districts kind of say, well, if Lakota's doing it, maybe we should consider it too. And I would really hope that continues to be your story. So your ability to communicate these things effectively is really important. Being seen not only at school events, but community events, being a big part of the storytelling. And it sounds to me like you all have a fairly a formalized process, or at least you talk about who's going to attend different things and you make sure you're covering all the bases at different school events. And yeah,
I've never been part of that conversation.
We don't really do
We've never
that.
had any conversation like that.
We don't, we used,
We don't choose
actually, we
to
used to
go
do that
for-
more.
Yeah.
We don't do that as
As
much
an example, we used to have, the chamber would have 2 representatives from the board every month. But because there was interest from more than 2, we just broadened that to every board member now has an opportunity. to
I've
do
never
that.
heard of any chamber event.
The luncheons. You
Besides that, but like being involved in the
That's the
opening.
only thing.
Oh,
Well, no, they also communicate when there's an opening.
And
like
we
a
all
new
get that.
business opening. I don't get that.
Everybody gets that email.
Email.
I do not get that email when there's a new business opening.
Well, then that's a chamber issue, not an us issue.
One of the things that I think, Matt, I would suggest that you all do at every meeting is if you look at your school calendar and pick out 2 or 3 things that are gonna happen between now and the next meeting, that it would be great if a board member attended and you just raise it. And you just say, are there a couple of you? Is there 1 or 2 of you that would be available to go to this? And it's really easy for board members to attend high school sporting events. You know, a lot of people attend those, but you know,
We
the
get a
second,
calendar, we have a calendar.
yeah, the
on our-
3rd grade spelling bee,
That we all know
the
what's
6th
happening.
grade
and then
art show.
we
But I
know.
think making a vocal
Yeah.
call and saying, you know, our 6th graders are doing an art show next week
Absolutely.
from 10 to 12.
Because those things are not on the calendar. It's just a few things that are.
But we get the emails,
We
like
get
what
the
we got
emails.
from the
I
chamber by.
understand.
There's a lot of
teachers.
Sometimes
communication.
they're on individual school, you know, building
Yeah.
calendars.
Yeah.
And then I would say that's why
Yeah,
I would
I
ask
think
your
that-
superintendent to just pull 1 or 2 or 3 things that are
Absolutely.
maybe less noticeable to the community at large. And see whether or not you can get 1 or 2 board members to agree to attend.
Well, and that's why it's nice when the teachers invite us to things like.
Sure,
that.
And that
absolutely.
happens quite often.
Yeah.
Just a clarification on the public comments about positive things.
Yeah.
The restriction is only during public comments. It is not, there's still a staff and student spotlight. There are other opportunities that happen during the board meetings, so that restriction is only in one place on the
Understood.
agenda.
Okay, so you're saying that they can say positive things at another spot on
No,
the.
she's talking about we do positive things like the staff.
She's saying like if you have a report about
Yeah,
somebody's.
but the parents want to voice,
But the parents can send us an email voicing their
but that's
positive
not what
things.
they want to do. They want to voice.
They want to be on camera.
Well, can't parents come and talk about how thrilled they were with the 6th grade field trip to Washington DC?
Yes.
But if they want to be
Yes.
specific, I was so pleased at how that teacher handled that 6th grade field trip. She did such a great job. The kids were so well behaved. They can't say that.
Now, first of all, I'm gonna ask, is that true?
I don't know. About a field trip? I don't know.
I wouldn't care.
I don't think so. I don't know.
So that's what I want you to be
Staff
careful
specific.
about
It
your
can't be-
strict interpretation.
Right,
of it.
right. I think a field trip, a 6th grade field trip.
Right.
I think they can say that.
But if they're specifically
see that
talking
as
about
a-
the teacher, you said you cannot recommend, you cannot say anything positive about it.
Why do you have to talk about the teachers?
I think if it's tied to.
Because our parents want to.
If it's tied to content, you know, tied,
Yes, absolutely. and
something
they
that happened
do
in the
that,
building.
But again, I'm just saying, they're silencing, they're so.
She's probably saying.
I just, they're so focused, is the word I'm looking for, they're so focused on trying to shut down the negative because they want to keep the premier Lakota name up there. They try to hide and put underneath the rug the negative. Because
but
they
aren't
don't
those
want that.
parents that have critiques of the district, calling the superintendent or calling board members or writing letters or all those kinds of things? Do you think the board meeting is the only place?
Yes,
They
that-
didn't do
they
that when they
think
were
that.
attacking me.
Who was attacking?
The,
you?
when the community and everyone else
Oh,
is
the
sitting
community
up. I sat there and took it from.
Because you're an elected official, you have
Okay, it
to.
doesn't.
You are an elected official.
We have to take,
Shut up.
trust me.
Oh, no,
Say that.
that's not.
I'm sorry, I just like can't
Asked
stand
me
what you
before. She had
said.
insulted me several
Yeah.
times, even on text. Called me late,
did.
insulted
No,
me.
just let's
Yeah.
please try not to interrupt one another.
See, I'm talking and he's trying to interrupt, but you guys don't get on to
Point
him.
taken,
You don't get on to him.
Point taken.
point taken.
But when you make a
Yeah.
point that is not
Take it.
true, even when I speak and I make a point that is not, you interject. I was just trying to
But-
help you.
But.
And that's exactly what I do. and
Street
you call
goes
me
both
on it.
ways.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it goes
Yeah.
both ways, yeah.
So what I'm saying, and I'm sorry for saying shut up, I apologize for that, but I get frustrated because it's double standard in this room. And I am not gonna sit here and take it, and I will speak up. And I'm not gonna sit down and be quiet about it.
Well, that is your right.
Absolutely.
This one says easy to use and navigate website and continuous community engagement. So I think that's a hard one also for districts, especially large districts that have so much going on, is to keep your website updated and your Facebook page updated. You have the luxury of having a communications professional here at Lakota, and that is a luxury that a lot of districts don't have. So, okay, let's move on. So I want to move on to the 4 pillars of your vision. So the first one says that you're personalized, right? So my question here is, if a community member asked you what Lakota means when it says it wants to deliver a personalized education to each child, how would you respond? What does that mean to you? Second question here is, what is one great thing happening at Lakota that you can't remember ever being discussed or showcased at a board meeting? And how can the Board of Education build investment among community groups with varied interests and perspectives? And I spelled that wrong, I apologize. Darby, you mentioned this a little earlier, that you've got very, very different pockets. You know, you've got people in your community that have very different opinions about things. So this question goes to that. How can you build investment among everyone when everybody has different opinions about the routes you should go? What was that?
Something. That's something good that
I'm gonna
happened,
put it
yeah,
up
that
there.
we have never highlighted.
Okay.
Great, allows me to one question at a time.
What does it mean to deliver a personalized education to each child? How many students do you currently have, Matt?
17,500,
How much?
17,500.
17. That's a lot of personal. What is one great thing happening at Lakota that you haven't talked about at board meetings or talked about enough? Maybe you haven't heard it mentioned. How can the board build investment among community groups with varied interests? Let's see. Sure.
And number 6, are you saying personally to you, or what does Lakota think that personalized education to each child looks like? That's part of our strategic.
I was saying, if a community member came up to you and said, I see in your mission statement, it says that we're going to deliver, you're going to try and deliver a personalized education for every student. What does that mean? What would you say back to that community?
Like explaining
What
it
is
to,
my understanding of
Yeah.
Lakota's?
What is it? Yeah.
what does personalized learning mean to, like, you had to explain what it was to a community member. I think that's what it is.
It's number 7.
I'm good. Yeah,
Let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay. After you put your answers up, maybe take a break, quick break.
Yes. I could be bald as much hair as I lose on a daily basis. Me too.
$17.05.
You have a nice holiday. Yeah.
No, I'm good. Thank you. How many townships send students here? Two. Big.
And it's a spread, we're 63 square miles. It's a lot of, I've driven the district from one end to the other before, delivering things, and it's a whole day.
Yeah, I was wondering how many miles your
Yeah.
buses
Yeah,
buses travel on a daily
Mhm.
basis. That number always blows my mind when I talk.
Isn't it
to different
crazy?
districts.
a
Yeah,
lot of time in a bus.
especially in our rural districts.
Oh, the rural districts, yeah, when I go to SBA or any of these.
A couple thousand, some of them are like a couple thousand miles.
You
a
hear
year.
about some of these
Yeah,
bus rides these kids have to take in these rural districts.
yeah. Thank you.
Oh, the shift in the weather's giving me such headaches.
I think it's supposed to be cruddy tonight.
Yeah,
right?
it's supposed to be pretty tonight, although they say the ground's been so wet that it hopefully won't stick or ice up.
Well, it's been so warm.
I mean, the ground's been so warm, that's what I meant.
Which is really a nice change from that before Christmas thing.
Oh
we
my,
had.
well, they said it was like a 75-degree difference
Yeah,
in a week.
crazy.
Wonder my head hurts 24/7.
Yeah, mine says no, nothing tonight.
Oh, good.
Maybe Sunday. Looks like there might be some stuff.
Oh, sorry about those people that have to go to the football game.
Are you all Bengals fans? Do they play at home this week?
They do. They have
Last
again
game.
this week, last game this season. People with season tickets have been fortunate. It hasn't been, there hasn't really been a really
Yeah,
crappy weather.
yeah, it hasn't.
I was at the ice bowl however many years ago in the 80s where it was like 20 below zero. My grandmother who lived in Philadelphia, God bless her. It was my mom and I and my dad. And like you, it was so cold, you saw nothing but your eyes. I mean, everybody had a mask or a hat or a glass. My grandmother was, I saw you on TV.
I remember watching, I think I watched that game on television.
Yeah, so I'm like, yeah, it was a cold one. I didn't feel my feet for 22 days after that. The Bengals ice bowl. Lions bowl. You know, I toyed with what to order and now I have FOMO because both Darby and Linda's look good.
You say mine didn't? What do you say?
No, I would say basically thing that you do, a salad. You're saying you chose worse than me, but you know, hey, it's okay. I won't start. It is like, yeah, the regular one said it didn't have chicken, but it said. that It's in the box, yeah, the lunch, side doesn't have chicken is what I read but- online.
Yeah.
Downside is plain foods that you deliver. Regardless of where it goes and when it goes.
Oh, really?
$25. That's why when we use it at work, I just go pick it up. It's right in Montgomery Road, so right there in like old Montgomery. Right there by the original pancake house that's there.
By the way, we have decided that they don't understand what salmon is, so we're going to say that because sorry with chicken.
That's why we can't seem to find a,
Chicken of the sea.
we can't seem to find a place.
Actually, that probably holds better for a couple hours.
Yeah, true.
Would you like that in the fridge? I can run that down.
Huh? No, that's fine.
I have a fridge up here.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, you can seem to find a place that. you can get
Well, the
it right.
food's wonderful, but
They can get our orders right.
we're really sorry. Most of the time we just have complete dinners and lunch, nothing, so that's a little frustrating.
It's breast and chili.
What?
Okay, I was thinking.
We need chocolate.
That's why I had healthy chocolate.
How about unhealthy chocolate?
I haven't eaten anything, as you can see, maybe.
You know what, just eat.
Well, I had a breakfast meeting, which I rarely eat breakfast anyway. At 9 o'clock, and I tried to eat something little. I had one pancake, but it's from First Watch, you know, the biggest plate.
That's like an entire.
I'm like, do you have the kids' version of the menu? And she's like, yeah, it's one chocolate chip pancake. I'm like, well, that's not gonna help. What I need here
You
is.
ever had the pumpkin cakes?
No, I'm not a pumpkin person.
I'm not either, but the pumpkin pancake was.
I wanted to hang out with carrot and pecan. I didn't get that.
I almost made it on.
It was like cake.
Starlight or Diamond.
Carrot cake.
It's a.
Yeah,
hole in the wall.
I was gonna say, that just sounds good,
Starlight or Diner. I don't like carrot.
Where is it?
Doesn't know your. Have they
That's
done
not-
Cuban?
That's like.
I really
Cuban.
And it's so
Fine.
dense.
Like there's.
We're just taking a break from
Dinner
it.
items, sort of jumbo.
Thank you.
type of meats. And it's been around
As we're
forever.
talking about
and
food.
They make.
Why?
Good. Wait,
How delicious is that?
Yeah, I saw. Yeah. Now I'm just eating my granola bar now, or my.
Isaac, would you like us to?
So, now that you're all back, Linda and Matt caught me in the hall and just said they're worried a little bit about time. So we're gonna go through these and then we're just gonna do an oral, we're just gonna talk. Okay, I've talked through our answers. So let me see what you all said about these and then we'll move forward. What does it mean to deliver a personalized education? I think this is a really tough nut, right? Because you've got 17,500 kids. Obviously, you have a huge number of teachers who know your kiddos, hopefully personally, but still difficult to do. Even though we are a large district, we're still able to tailor student-specific education. That's awesome. The collaboration and sharing of best practices that our staff initiates, making each other better. See, I think that's an interesting response. If a community member said, you know, being able to talk about how staff collaborate and really hopefully share their understanding of different children and what sort of clicks with some kids and doesn't with others. I think that's really cool. Finding out the needs of the student through testing, questionnaires, and bringing what they need to them. Currently, a personalized educational experience. So listening to kids and listening to families and looking obviously at your assessment data is really important in that personalization. Meeting students where they are. What works for Sally may not work for Johnny. Removing non-educated barriers to learning. So that would be a response. You're saying our staff is really trying to understand where our kids are coming from and what they're bringing to the table, as it were, and trying to work with families and best understanding how we can support their children. Focusing a data-driven classroom instruction with key academics. That's also really interesting. Is my understanding of this child truly true, right? Right. Are we providing the right assessments that get at all the different aspects, not just, as Darby said earlier today, teaching to the test, but are we making sure that we're doing formative assessments and soft assessments and some of those other assessments that tell us that what I think is working for this child is actually working for this child. So that's a good one. And then no child is left behind.
Can I add one thing to that? I think I should have said it before. There's a tremendous challenge with 26 kids in a classroom and one classroom teacher, possibly an aide, but to understand that personalizing and the difficulty of doing that as much as you can across your classroom for all those different needs, making sure that we're really pushing our professional development toward helping teachers be able to do that.
Sure.
And I do think that's the focus in the classroom, but
And the collaborative time that teachers have,
Yeah.
the specials that kids have. I'm doing right now, working with the district on a search. And one of the big issues for them is carving out more collaborative time for teachers.
Yeah.
So that they can actually work on the craft of teaching outside of the classroom.
Yeah.
What is one great thing happening at Lakota? This is a tough question. Maybe we can highlight more of our classified staff. That's a great one. I think most of your classified staff believe they work in the dark. And they probably, a lot of them don't believe that the board sees the work they're doing. Your bus drivers, your cafeteria workers, your janitorial staff, your secretaries here in this building. Everybody needs to be seen, and I appreciate that one. We provide offerings that meet students where they are and grow their learning from there. More focus on things that are student driven. We do this, but I would like to see more. So, what are the innovations that your students are coming up with? How are your students using creative problem solving and directing their own learning? More info on interactions with different groups. Example, learning from community
conversations.
In
In other words, what are we taking away from those conversations that helps to inform board decisions?
Yep, that's a good one. And so going back to your intention about having those regular community conversations, which gives everybody in your community more opportunities to share what they would like to see in the district. More highlights on extracurricular activities outside of the major sports too, right? There's so many interesting things that kids are doing now. Student Achievement Fair at Capitol Conference, I was amazed at the robotics and I think wasn't it your district that brought the dogs?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Everybody loved the dogs.
I absolutely loved that. That was
The
so
man
cool.
takes the dogs around to buildings. They don't want to see him. It's the dogs.
And parents are getting more involved in children's education. I think that is a good thing.
It's
Yeah, that's a really good
it's a great thing.
How can the board build investment among community groups with varied interests and perspectives? So this is a tough one. More community engagement through communication, for sure. And that has to be two-way. Continue to look for common ground of wanting the best road to success for all students, right? You have to find the lowest common denominator. Where can we all agree? And let's build from there. Continue to provide a multitude of opportunities for communication. Yep. Darby, somebody your age is probably going to consume things, communication differently than people in their 70s might, right? So making sure that you're offering things
I was waiting for that.
for all groups of people.
Age, okay.
Now, I mean, my mother-in-law, oh my gosh, today's her birthday. Oh, Lord, she turns 90 today. And she is as good on that iPhone as anybody I've ever known, but
Wow.
she's probably an exception to that rule. But I would ask all of you to look at all of your community and think about your different pockets, whether it's retirees, whether it's people that don't have kids in schools, whether it's your parents you talked about that live in Mason, for example, but they open and enroll their kids here, whatever it might be. Making sure that you're designing your communication so you're hitting all of those audiences. Bringing them into our schools to showcase what we're doing. That's an excellent idea. Senior field trips in schools are excellent for schools to do.
Do we not do that?
And,
Like to Washington DC.
No, she's talking about bringing.
Bringing your
citizens
senior citizens into your schools
Yeah.
for
That
things.
don't have kids so they can see the thing.
Or your your alumni that are in their, early 20s that are gonna have littles in your schools in the next 10 years. Get those kids back into your schools. Allow them to express their thoughts through more community conversation. We talked about that, hot topics. Be transparent with records requests, making sure you're following and responding to records requests. And the law says a reasonable amount of time. Everybody's idea of reasonable is different, but we need to be responsive. Something in the community. Sorry, I'm having a hard time. Working with programs with external and internal groups. Community conversations and programs with internal and external groups. So strategic planning is a great example, et cetera, et cetera. So all good ideas. Okay. So we are future ready. Next pillar. So I'll just ask you, rather than having you write down, what is something the board could do to better ensure the district is enabled for future success? What is the number one responsibility you have that helps enable the district to be future ready? Your budget, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't do anything if your budget isn't solid. You had a good conversation about that this morning. So your eye on the budget. Making sure the treasurer is aware of what the board needs in order to make good financial decisions on behalf of the district, et cetera. But other things, any other ideas on what you can do to ensure the district is able for future success? The board approves PD for teachers, right? Determining your superintendent usually and other administrators will determine the kind of PD that's important for your teachers to be future ready. And certainly the board should be interested in and talking about that kind of stuff. Yeah.
I think having access and being able to walk through the schools and observe the environment is really important. So that
I think that's true too. I think that doing that as a group is a great idea. I like an annual field trip through the schools, and you have obviously a lot of buildings. Maybe you could break that up and do it, once a month, you're going to visit a different building. Maybe all 5 of you can attend, maybe you can't. But have the superintendent take you on a tour through the building occasionally, I think is a great idea.
how about spontaneous access without having to have a superintendent observe you?
I think I will tell you overall, it depends what spontaneous means, right? To me, I think a board member going into a building I don't want to use the word surreptitious, but to spontaneously walk around and see what's going on can raise alarm bells among staff. It can add some stress and some pressure. I generally am a huge advocate of allowing board members to go into buildings, but with the superintendent as a broker and a go-between. So Julie calls and says, Matt, it's been a long time since I was in the junior high school. I'd really love it if I could take a tour, and he sets that up and she goes and the principal walks her around. I'm not a big fan of board members on their own walking around in buildings.
Why
And
is that?
why is that?
Yeah, why do you feel like that? Because I disagree with that. I think that's the only way that she can get a candid experience and realize what's being taught in the classroom, because when the superintendent is involved or they are notified, then there's a horse and pony show. So how is a board member supposed to really see what's going on?
Well, I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of second grade teacher who's working with her 19 kids in class, and all of a sudden a board member walks in and says, I just kind of want to stand at the back room and watch what's happening. That would probably be upsetting to me.
Probably if they're doing something they shouldn't be doing.
Well, I think even if they're doing great work. It's now, I'm hoping that second grade teacher would welcome you with a little bit of notice. Why do you feel like it needs to be done as a surprise?
Well, not necessarily a surprise, there's appropriate channels that you can go to, like sending an email or letting someone know who should be able to communicate that to people. But I think in order to find out candidly whether or not a superintendent is doing their job, you need to have access to the schools. Florida just passed legislation that allowed a board member to spontaneously go to any school that they would like. They can offer, they obviously walk in through their front door and sign in if asked, but a board member should be able to observe the classroom without having to worry about giving a heads up so that they can hide things that they're not supposed to be teaching. Say there's an agenda that's being taught in the classroom, and if there's a heads up, then those things can be hidden, and it's not a genuine environment that's being taught.
Do you have evidence that says teachers are teaching things they shouldn't be teaching?
Yes.
We have asked for that evidence a long time and we've never seen it. If she has that evidence, don't you believe that should be shared with the rest of the board?
Yes.
I mean, to me, it's an assumption that people are hiding things and that, okay, I won't talk then.
All right, go ahead.
You're making an assumption by basically what you're saying, that you believe that there's agendas outside of just educating our children.
Well, you guys have all seen and heard the proof at the school board meeting.
We haven't seen the
Yeah,
proof.
they have.
We haven't.
They brought it to you guys, and they've signs.
The two instances that they brought to us were disputed as being one-sided, and then the parents were shown the other side of the curriculum and what's being taught.
I think to go back to the point about visiting the buildings, though, I think board members should have access to the buildings, but I think the superintendent as a key administrator in the building should broker those visits.
Which is what we have.
And you probably, you certainly have a policy on board members visiting buildings, and you should follow that policy.
If I can, Cheryl, real quick, back on the question. And this board does a really good job of it. And I think that's something they probably don't get enough credit for is in some school districts, you see K-12 systems worry about, okay, just graduating, getting a diploma, things like that. But this board has always been really good about making sure that we're focused on what comes next for our kids after graduation. But we talk about the 40s as just one example, but we're trying to look down the road once they leave our halls. That's something they probably don't get enough credit for. That
So the college prep stuff, the 40 stuff, all of that stuff is really important, but the number one thing, at least again, according to the revised code and what the state has charged you all with, is making sure that your budget is suitable for the needs of everything you want to do for your students.
And I will say, I'm not sure that we get enough credit for that, the fact that we've not had a levy since 2013.
See, that's phenomenal.
We have an 118.
That really is phenomenal in
$1 million
a district this size to have been off the ballot for almost 10 years.
Almost 10 years.
And that took a lot of work to get
Yeah,
done.
that's pretty stellar,
Yeah.
actually. What is something the board could do to better ensure that, we did that, sorry. What is the biggest threat to our future success?
Relitigating old issues instead of moving forward of what our students' needs of tomorrow will be.
Okay,
I think financial is always a threat. You get, as we know, every 2 years, the legislature decides how much money we're gonna get,
right.
and
Sometimes they give you about 3 weeks notice.
uh-huh.
I would say
Or 3
diversity,
days.
equity, and inclusion.
You would say what
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
is a threat?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so teaching it or paying attention to it or,
I think striving to focus on color and ethnicity and sexual orientation over just trying to ensure that the students are getting the best education possible and making that at the forefront of everything based on a child's color or ethnicity or background, I think is divisive and hateful for our students and is not preparing them for the future.
okay. So you believe that there should be, if not more, but majority focus on reading, writing, arithmetic, for lack of, the actual classroom stuff and the whole child stuff or the soft stuff or the diversity.
Yes,
equity,
that
inclusion
should be
stuff
more
should be
pushed to the
seconded.
side. I don't know. Yes, I think the focus should be on the education instead of DEI or die, as I like to call it, because everything that touches dies.
Oh, okay, well, that's an interesting thought.
I think what we do very good too is that if you look at the statistics, I love numbers. If you look at the statistics, this school district has done a good job because we have a lot of people with different backgrounds coming to our school district, because if you look at it, it's been growing. And that is what is also all over the country. Because if you are welcoming and you no child left behind, everybody wants to come to your community. So I think we're doing very great in that way.
Well, I think that if you are a growing district, at least in Ohio, that you are in the minority, right? We have districts that are shrinking all over
Yeah,
the state. And there's a good number that are growing. And usually they're growing for a reason. They're growing because their product, their public education is good, or the work environment in your community is good, or the geographic placement of your community is good. There's a bunch of reasons, but the biggest threat, so we've heard a couple big threats. Linda, what do you think is the biggest threat? Or would you agree with something else?
Well, I actually agree with many of the comments that were made, but I would say our biggest threat is not maintaining the focus on student achievement.
Okay,
That should be the driver. That's our core competency, and that should be the primary reason for everything we do.
okay. So my follow-up question to that is, think about your hurdle. DEI, you said, was your hurdle. Your hurdle is not letting bygones be bygones, moving forward, student achievement, future preparedness. Do you think this board has power to address your hurdles?
And we need 4 new board members.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you're ever going to be able to get along with these 4?
I think I will, yes, but I don't think they are going to be able to be perceptive or to the feedback that is given. And I don't believe that they are ever going to take what's being said seriously.
Do you believe there is a difference between my hearing what you said and still disagreeing with it? I mean, are you going to feel slighted if I don't agree with you on something? No, not at all.
I don't feel slighted that way. There's other things and everyone, I mean, they all voted to censure me. So, and asked me to resign. So honestly, until we get 4 board members that are going to actually stick up for what's best for the students, which means not allowing a superintendent who likes to advertise for men.
Stop. Please stop.
Well, that's not okay for a superintendent.
That's not. what we're
And
talking
trying to hide
Stop.
things.
She can't
Stop.
stop. That's the problem. It's a personal.
The community is not happy with this current board, with these board members on the board.
Isaac, I'll get to you in 1 second.
And they have let the
Yeah.
company down.
Well, let me not even say if. Ask each of you individually to Julie's point. Can you, as a board member here at Lakota, accept the past, whether you like it or not, the results of it, whether it's litigation or anything else? Can you accept what has happened in the past and the will of the board and move forward and plow new ground together. Can you do that? Are each of you willing to do that? Are you willing to just accept what the board has said is their priority or their decision at this point and move forward? Isaac, are you? Julie, are you? Kelly, are you? Linda, are you? And just move forward, clean slate it.
That's not gonna happen because they do not have what's best, the best interest of the district in mind. So I'll
In
continue
your
fighting for that.
opinion.
In the community's opinion, majority of the community, however small they think that voice is, I am here to represent the majority of the community, and they are not happy with this current board.
You don't know that though, Darby. You don't know there's 100,000 people in the community.
Isaac was next.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, and I hope I'll be allowed to say what I want to say. There are 5 board members. We all listen to our community members. Right? I said this before, and we all bring what we hear from our community members. Not all of us can reach everybody in this community, and that's why we're 5. So when we are bringing everything from our community and we put it in the pot, at the end of the day, one voice cannot overshadow all. That's what I believe. And if we are going to move forward and focus on educating our kids, students' achievement, I'm ever going to give up anything when if 3 people against 5 or 4 people against 5 say no to me, I'm going to let it go, because that is what the community voice is. The 4 or the 60% or the 90%, I'm going to give up my 10%. So when the problem I'm having is when one voice wants to silence 4, thinking that the community you hear from probably is only the 20% or the 10%. What about the other percentage in the other community? Didn't you consider that? That's why voting is important.
Sure.
So I believe I'm ready. Students' achievement is what I stood for. I'm looking for things that would distract students' achievement, and I'm going to fight it. But anything personal, I know some people call me, talk to me about this kind of things. I told them that's not why I came on board. I came for student achievement, and I want to be the voice of the community. So 5 against me alone, I'm going to give up. That's what I want to go on there. Yeah.
And then I wanted to continue on that and say that 4 voices cannot try every attempt to silence the one voice that is speaking. And I also am willing to move forward and focus on, which I'm already doing. I'm already focusing on what is best, and moving forward to address other things, but I still haven't completed or we haven't, the community hasn't seen what needs to be done that's for the success of the kids. So I'm still stuck on that because it hasn't happened.
Okay, now, if we go back to the goals that Matt and Adam are going to do their performance goals every year, and those performance goals are aligned to your strategic plan. When they assign metrics to those goals and they produce 2.5% or the 1% or the 4 community meetings or whatever it is they commit to that you as a board sign off on,
I will sign off on Adams, but like I said, I believe that Matt should be terminated at this point.
and that's very clear. You've made that really, really clear, but you've got 4 colleagues that disagree with you.
And a community.
So
that
you're,
disagree with my
okay,
board
Darby,
policies.
again, it's not just your community. You haven't talked to even again, say we've split the community equally. That means each of us are representing 22,000 people, assuming we just do our little microcosm versus the whole community. None of us have talked to 22,000 people, let alone the entire community, to know what 56,000 want by saying you represent over half the community. None of us have the
There's
capacity
110,000 people in this.
to talk to that many people and to know what people
I think
are
it's
thinking.
difficult to say I speak for the majority. I think that's a difficult thing to say. It may be true, may not be true, but I think it's a hard thing to say.
I make my decisions based on doing what I believe is right for the students. And then the electorate has their ability to decide if I'm doing that and whether they want to keep me in this seat or not.
Yeah.
They elected me because of what I thought was best. And again, seeing how I work collaboratively with the board to make the best decisions for our students.
So there's 8,000 people that voted me in is who I represent, and I speak to a small community, or not, I speak to the community who represents that 8,000 people. So I would say that I represent those 8,000 people that voted me in, and I'm doing exactly what they expected me to do in my seat.
Okay, and I would agree with you. I would agree that you are. But the other 4 are doing what they believe the people that voted for them would want them to do.
Exactly.
But are we not supposed
But
to,
they aren't.
you vote,
They aren't.
but we are, because you don't know who
No,
voted.
I know some that voted for
Okay,
others, and
can I-
they aren't living up to what,
Hold on.
they're not happy
Okay,
with
you
their
guys.
decisions.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. I think we're picking up old ground.
Yeah.
So
That's where we stay.
that's where we sit.
That's the problem.
Well, we need to fix that.
Well, and so I'm gonna go back to the moving beyond. The moving beyond. None of us can change the past. Right? But you can take responsibility for the future and the way that you act in the future. You cannot control anybody but yourself. You can't. And you can't, in fact, I've got here, let me ask this one. This is a good question here. And I'll send this to you. What sort of evidence or argument would need to be presented for you to ever change your mind about a key decision? You know, I will say that, you know, I said this earlier, you're all dug in. What is it going to take? What would it take for, Darby, I'll just ask you about any issue. What would it take for you to be willing to rethink your position on something?
For the community to tell me differently.
Now, and I'm just going to ask you a question. I'm a devil's advocate here, okay? It's my belief that the people that voted for you basically said, Darby, we believe Darby can carry our thoughts and feelings and opinions on issues to the board. So we're going to elect her to sit in that board chair. At that point, you're elected. I have many board members will say to me, I was elected to make decisions and to be thoughtful and to look at evidence and to work with the superintendent and my other board colleagues and to do this job. My community elected me to do this job, so I'm going to do this. So what I'm saying now is, do you believe, because what you keep saying is, I'm going to keep listening to my community. I'm going to keep listening to my
Well,
community.
I'm their elected official. That is what I do. I listen to the community. And even though I give them information, if they decide one way or another, when they get the information and this is what they want, then that's what I represent.
What about what you decide?
Yeah, you have to have a
Well,
voice.
and so
why-
that's
I
my
am
point.
their voice.
So you're their voice, you're not your own voice.
I said I am their voice.
So you're saying you're going to give them information and you're going to say to them, you decide what you want me to bring back to the board.
Yeah, if that's what they want, I represent them. My own personal wishes, this isn't my board seat. This is the community's board seat.
Do you think, though, that if you looked at evidence and information about any issue, let's just say it's school nutrition.
I get what you're saying, but based on what my community would think is how I make my vote.
So can I ask a question?
Sure.
So do you believe, and I think I know what Darby believes though, do you believe, I believe that yes, 8,000 people voted for Darby, but she is not to listen to just those 8,000 people. Are we not to be able to listen to the 110,000 people that we represent?
Yes, I think you are. Absolutely. And I think that's to Isaac's point. But that you all have different neighborhoods and different circles of friends and different church relationships or whatever. And you bring, you know, that kind of feeling to the table. Now, I'm going to go back to search, okay, because it's the easiest analogy for me to make. So when we're doing a search in a district and I sit down with the board and I say, how do you want your community to be involved in this search? How do you want them to come to the table and how much do you want me to listen to them and that kind of thing? And usually we do focus groups, right? We do focus groups, we listen. But then many times a board will say to me, we were elected to make this decision. We listened to our community They put us in these seats to make this call. We're gonna look at everybody that's applied and we're gonna weigh them against the picture that we've developed for our district, and we're gonna make this call because we were elected to the board to make this call. So I just think there's a delineation between representing people that you believe have something to say to the district and catering to them to the exclusion of listening to the rest of your board colleagues. Does that make sense?
And with that case, I would say, then why would they make certain votes that represent a certain part of the community when the rest of the community is speaking and saying this? However, they listen to this little point of the community as well and make decisions on our children's health that is detrimental to their educational experience and their health, and they decide to listen to a small community themselves, and they say we should be listening to the whole community when you yourself are making decisions based on the small amount that you're hearing from the community. So that doesn't just happen to me. It happens to everyone.
We don't make decisions based on a small part of the
But
community.
that's
Well,
an
you do,
example.
actually.
That's an example. You're talking about an issue where there's different opinions. And there's different people have, this is my evidence, this is my evidence, and you all look at the evidence and you weigh it like this, and then you all make a vote. And if 3 or 2 or 5 or 4 of you vote here, that's where you go.
And I don't have to agree with that. because
You
I
don't
think it is all
have to
in my
agree, but
community,
it doesn't negate
but
the board
community doesn't
decision,
sit there.
right?
That's the problem. It doesn't negate the board's decision, and I think that's part of the understanding of how a board works. It doesn't negate, you have to sometimes saying it the will of the board. I don't know how many.
And I think it would be difficult for you to be a cheerleader for the board on something that where if they voted in a way that was against your personal opinion, it would be difficult for you to go out and, become like a big advocate or a big cheerleader for that decision.
And you
But
still
it's-
think it's my personal
But even
opinion
if
is
you
the
can't be a cheerleader, it is the will of the board. Is it possible for you to go to your community and say, I tried my best? I tried to share your thoughts with the board. I felt like I provided good evidence. But my 4 colleagues believe differently. They voted differently, and that's the way it goes. Is it possible for you to say that?
I don't know, I'd have to think about it.
Because I think you are very wedded to doing what you believe your community thinks is right, and I think that's okay. And I think continuing to advocate for them is okay. And I think at least if it were me and I was the one on a 4-1 vote more than once, if I could go back to those people and say, look, I tried. I did my research. I sort of spilled my guts. I looked at the evidence. They didn't agree with me. So
I think they all realize that at this point, that that's what's happening. But this is supposed to be.
but at
team
least
building.
you're able to say to your people, and I think you're making it very clear to your audience that you are advocating for what you believe are their interests. I don't think anybody, I'd be hard pressed. Can't imagine there's anybody in Lakota that would not say that you aren't doing your level best to get their point across.
I agree with you, Cheryl, and I have often have the t-shirt, the 4-1 vote.
Sure.
And I think what's important in that process to make sure that you're bringing that voice to the table prior to the decision, that you're bringing information, people have an opportunity to understand where you're coming from. And it is a hard place to be when it's a 4-1 vote. I've lived there.
Right. And what I would
And
ask
so
them,
like we all have our own opinion.
I'm sure you've all been there, but routinely now, it's 4 of you and Darby, right? So what I would ask the 4 of you to do is to recommit to listening and to maybe, if you send an article that you think, makes your point, that the 4 of you agree to read it, that you don't ignore each other's communications, And that you try and look at things and clear the decks and try and look at things with a clear head again. But what I would also ask all 5 of you, and probably it's going to be more important for you, because you may still end up on the short end of the stick a lot of the times, is to be able to say, God, I gave it my all, and I came out, the board went another direction, but I gave it my all. And I don't know what more people could expect of you than that.
I think that's what I do.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
So I want to also add to this that it's going to help us as a board, as individuals. You see, when I bring a point, maybe I want to discuss a particular issue with you, and I'm asking you, say Kelly now, Ms. Kelly, this is what I'm thinking. And if you ask me leading questions as, have you considered have you looked at it the other way? The way it's going to be perceived. So if I insist that, why are you asking me to look at other perceptions? Instead, I should just agree with you. See, that's where I will have a problem. I have to go back and rethink. I came to you and I want to discuss an issue with you. You bring a perspective that you think is what I've never thought of. Then if I attack you back and then cough you out for bringing
That's
another
another tax.
perception. No, I'm giving an instance because it's very difficult to communicate.
Right.
You see, that's where the problem is. I'm trying to make a point so that we now know the areas where I work for myself every day. I change every day. When I hear people, I have more than 300 people that work for me right now. I listen to people. Sometimes I think I'm right, but when somebody give me another perception, I appreciate it and say, oh, I'm not taught that way. But I try to explain more of my side so that they understand to see if they can agree or I can make an adjustment.
Right.
That is how you negotiate.
Sure. And that's
Really, as a human
collaboration.
being, exactly.
That's collaboration.
So-
Exactly.
So maybe the conversation is about how do we disagree as a board?
Yes. How do we
How do we
disagree?
disagree
Well, and I think
appropriately? Sorry. go ahead.
You're fine. I think we have to get to a point. I think the biggest issue that I see, if I step back, is that the combativeness between Darby and Linda and Isaac and Darby stems from a place of Darby not believing that the two of them are doing what's best for their people, quote. So it's become combative and it's become, we have to get to the point where we don't have people.
Yes.
We have to get to the point where we collaborate again for the good of 110,000 community members, 17,500 students, 2,000 staff members, instead of our people. There's been a lot of attacks to the chair this year, sitting in, and believe me, I sat in the chair last year, and there was a lot of attacks there. There was a lot of attacks there, believe me, it's not a fun place to sit. And we have to get past that. There are things that we have to discuss. It can't always be, you didn't do what your people wanted to, and you're being a
Well,
horrible person.
And on that note, I agree. And I think what that looks like is seconding my motions for the cause of discussion, which thankfully I know Linda has done that several times.
I have to.
And I appreciate that, but that needs to happen more often. Also, when I am speaking and people can interrupt me, but vice versa, holding people accountable across the board. And then also, when people, and I'm speaking and people are booing and making noise in the audience, which doesn't bother me, but you let it happen. But yet when it happens on the other side, you're not consistent. You let the community, you let people beat up on me. You don't stick up for me. You don't let me voice my opinion because it's all 4 against 1 because you don't like what I bring to the table. And
You know what?
beat it personal.
So you've made a couple points there. So when you make a motion and it gets a second, if it gets a second, there is discussion. Right? And so I think, and that's the way you work it, right? But sometimes things don't get a second. I'm hearing that. Yeah.
Well, and I would think that, in my opinion, the reason I have not seconded some of it's the same motion that's already been voted down.
And that is something that I hear quite often. That a board member just, doesn't want to let it go. And so brings it up again and again and again. And so I can see why it would die for lack of a second, because it's already been discussed.
Well,
I can
and
also
those-
see why board members bring it back to the table, because they want to keep it front and center of people's attention.
And I.
Whether that is to the good or whether that is to the detriment of the district is probably an arguable point. Something else you said about,
Community,
pardon me?
People being.
about the people talking.
Oh, now,
Everybody's voice.
I would want the board president to smack your gavel, point of order. Nobody should get picked on, right? Nobody should get picked on. You should not get picked on.
Well,
She should not get
Let
picked
me
on.
ask for an example of that, because that's
Okay.
not clear to me when that's happening. In fact, I just had a community member say, you do an incredible job, Linda, of making sure that every board member gets a chance to speak.
Which,
And said, not all board chairs do that. And I appreciated the comment. So I think I would appreciate an example, Darby. Can you help us understand exactly when that happens? That you don't feel that you're heard?
There's been several times, Linda, that
Can you give an
I
example?
try to, when I'm just discussing, I mean, I'm giving you an example now, there's been several times when we're trying to discuss something and I'm speaking and people have even noticed that you interrupt me and you won't let me speak, but you've let Isaac speak regarding, I can't remember the exact topics, but it's been in several board meetings that people are like, you can tell that Linda is not letting you speak, but she will let everybody else speak. You turn and you smile and you smirk at Kelly and you're like, are you?
How do I get involved in this?
And you're like, are you done yet? And you dismiss me and you're dismissive. So the community sees it more so sometimes than I actually do, because I'm not as sensitive as some of the others are, but they see it and they're like, did you see, did you see, did you hear, did you hear? So,
Could that be because
Can
you're
can I hear the
Wait a
rest of
second,
the
I wanna get
board's
Isaac.
perceptions on this?
You see, I think you must have observed in this meeting. Anytime somebody has a floor, see, that's where the disagreement is. If I have the floor and I'm speaking, I'm not done, or I'm still speaking, somebody interjects and take over what I want to say. If you see, most of the time, we take turns, take permission to speak. You can see it even here. I love numbers. I wish I can count what happened here. So when I need to speak, I seek permission to speak. But if you interrupt me, of course, the president is gonna, I won't interrupt you. But when you interrupt me, that is when I say, but I'm still speaking.
so what I would say is the president, whether it's Linda or anybody else, needs to make sure that you look down the table and you say, Kelly, we haven't heard from you on this. Is there something you'd like to share? Julie, thank you for your comment. Darby, do you have anything to say? I think sometimes you have to be fairly direct about making sure you've heard from them.
I believe that both
happens.
fronts.
Good.
That's what I was just gonna
I
say.
believe
I
those
feel like,
parts.
again, it has been a very tough seat to sit in as the
Sure.
president. I feel like there's been amazing work done to make an effort to do that despite the noise.
And
I hear.
And I've
from
been in your
people-
board meetings. I
Yeah.
know that you all do a good job, and I've been here before in previous years when Linda's been president. She does a good job at that. But what I would say too, another thing you might want to do is time yourselves, just like you time your public,
I agree.
right? Time your board comments, right? And that might help on your interrupting one another. Because you can say a lot in 30 or 45 seconds. So if you sort of give everybody the idea that when they talk, they're going to get 30 seconds or a minute or whatever it is. And then there are many times the board president will call the question after everybody's had one opportunity to talk.
And that's an issue sometimes, maybe that does, maybe that's a better something for us to do, because sometimes that's where the discussion arose, there has to be a follow-up on the follow-up on the follow-up.
Right.
And that's why we have 4-hour meetings.
I think Julie was still.
I'm sorry,
The
Julie.
question.
Can we
anymore
let
when
Julie
someone's
finish her
on the
thought?
floor.
I also think that I've heard from people who have a different perspective than Darby, that they're the ones who get shushed in the audience. And that that we're not shushing the Darby side enough. So I think, again, it depends from your perspective, if you're feeling heard or not heard. And so when both sides are giving that same feedback, it's kind of interesting to me. And it means that there's an effort being made to keep that equitable. It's just you feel it more when it's your own
Of course.
speaking.
Yeah.
And again, I think if we looked at minutes spoken, there's certainly not that Darby has been able to speak much less than anyone else. I would argue the contrary to that. And there are times where it does feel like, okay, we've now spent a half an hour saying the same thing that was said in the first 2 minutes. And at some point, it's like, okay, time to
That's-
move forward.
And I like that point. And so that's why a lot of times the president says, before I call the question, is there anything a board member would like to say that is new to the conversation? And you give, 15 or 20 seconds for follow-up and you move on. But those
So
are
I
a
think
couple.
that's been part of it when I've made a call along those lines. If a member does not agree with the call that I've made, there's a lot of pushback to it. There's not a willingness to follow basic meeting protocol on a consistent basis. And that
And you're
makes
not
it
consistent
really
with the
difficult.
protocol, then
Makes
it's
it
hard.
very difficult.
I
And inflammatory comments, they're inserted all the time toward the chair or toward other board members or toward our staff.
think
Those do
you
not
all have
equate
to,
to good board relationships where we're willing to hear each other. If there's constant inflammation being put into the relationship.
I totally agree with you. I think you do need to be really consistent. Which is why sometimes setting your little timer on your phone, is a good thing to do, but you have to be very consistent. And I think that the jabs that you're shooting at each other are totally unproductive.
Yeah.
And if you're trying to get people to listen to you and to be willing to see your side, if I were you, I would want to behave in a way that makes people more open to that. And I would say that to all of you. When you jab at Darby, it doesn't make her more excited to be a team player. But you have to listen to each other. I mean, it's golden rule stuff, people. It's stuff you learn in kindergarten, right? And you are the example. And I was talking with Linda when we were getting ready for this workshop, or maybe it was a Capitol conference or something. I've seen several examples of terrific districts really, really, really backslide because of just 2 or 4 years of a board that was so mired in its own personal garbage that student achievement and career development and everything else, there's no time for it. Because all they could do was plow the same unproductive ground again and again and again.
We need to have faith. There's no faith in we have to, if Darby sends me something and I read it and I disagree with it, there's no faith that I've read it because I don't agree with it. And I'm just using that as an example, Darby.
Yeah.
And I think that's where we get caught up. We are not good about agreeing to disagree. And we have to, and it's hard, I get that. I mean, it's hard, but there's no good faith. I mean, it's your right. I mean, she has said it before you are wrong and I am right. Or we have said, there's no good faith. And yes, I read your 180 articles, but I just disagree with them. I'm allowed to have that opinion and I'm allowed to make my vote accordingly. And then I'm allowed to move on. And if it hadn't gone my way, which happens a lot, I mean, it does. Then you just have to figure out how to move on.
I would just ask you all to resolve to do better.
Right.
Yeah.
Agree.
Resolve to be more responsive, resolve to listen, resolve to read what one another sends to each other, resolve to, abide by the golden rule
Yeah,
in
and
board
just not
meetings.
assume. that we don't
And don't assume. I mean, you all are, I can tell, all 5 of you are capable people and you were all voted to sit in this very, very well-respected seat. Don't waste your opportunity to do really good things for the district.
And we have not done much good in the last year and a half. Just, it is, things are, I mean, I miss board meetings where we have student spotlight, or we miss, where we discuss what's the next step in curriculum, what's the next cyber
Well,
academy.
and I want to I'll just go to my last slide.
Yeah,
where-
the visioning part, yeah.
So at your board meeting, So let's just say you have a 10-minute conversation about school safety. Okay, let's say a facilities issue, or, you know, Matt brings something to you and you have a great conversation, you all weigh in on it. I always like it when a board president usually, or somebody else says, what 3 things could we all 5 of us take away from this conversation and share in our community over the course of the next week or 2 weeks or before our next meeting, right? Because this is when we understand what Julie heard that's different from what Darby heard, that's different what Isaac heard, right? What about this conversation did Isaac think was most important? Even if you ask that as a board president, even if you say, Isaac, what did you think was most interesting about what Matt just shared? Or you say to your superintendent or your treasurer, after he gives a treasurer's report, Adam, that was a great report. If there was 1 or 2 things from that report that you would love it if we would share with everybody in our community, what would that be? And then you're all on the same page. The other one, or these are just some questions. So when Matt or a teacher comes to you with a report about a project, or a principal is doing a building report or something, your facilities manager, your transportation manager is presenting something to you. These are the kinds of governance questions that I think make for great conversation at the board table. It helps you talk about specifics. It helps you understand metrics. It allows a board to say to the superintendent or the transportation supervisor, this is the data that we expect to see next time you come, or this is how we expect to see the data improve or change over time. I think that the board meeting was created to allow school communities to have substantive conversation about the best ways to educate kids. And you all historically have been really good at that, and you need to get back to it. Yeah.
And I feel like that is true, and the community is there to participate in that conversation. But we're shutting them down.
Well, if you abide by your public participation policy consistently, they will have their moment. And if you and your superintendent and your community continues to engage in some of these community focus groups, the surveys, the facilities master planning, my understanding is you've got some different committees that you all serve on, that community members also serve on. There are plenty of opportunities for your community to get involved and to share their voice.
That's the most important thing, I think, is that we have tried to say over this year to everyone at the mic, that's not the only place for the community to be involved. That's coming to the board meeting at the mic is not the only place.
And sometimes it's not the most effective place,
Yeah.
right? I think when community members serve on things like strategic planning committees or facilities committees, or I don't know, athletic committees, whatever they might be, I think that's where parents in particular can have much deeper effect immediately.
And we're like,
Sorry.
we're also often not following our own conflict resolution policy of the chain of command and how people are supposed to take an issue up through the process. So when we're not following our own policy of how we're supposed to, again, deal with curriculum issues, deal with conflict resolution issues, I think that's a very dangerous precedent to set. If we don't follow our own policies, how do we expect our staff and students to follow those policies?
Amen.
Can you give an example? And are you talking about when a board member takes that on instead of putting it back to building administrator?
Exactly. When it goes directly to the superintendent, for example, if I don't like the curriculum that my son got and I go directly to the board versus first speaking to the teacher, then speaking to the principal, then speaking to the assistant superintendent, the ombudsman, going through that conflict resolution policy or that curriculum policy, that to me, we're circumventing our staff. We're disempowering our staff at a time where staff need to be empowered and be the decision makers. And the closest you can resolve an issue to that front line, the more efficient and effective, because they already have more of the data to begin with.
Agreed.
I agree to it when that's not happening, when the chain of command is not being followed, or when maybe, let's say, the superintendent drops the ball in a situation, or it's about the superintendent, then they have to come to the board, and that is their right and their responsibility.
Yes, sir.
Once they've
Facilitate
taken those
command.
steps,
Yep.
once they've taken those steps, and typically what we're seeing is they are not taking
They're coming
those steps
directly
and
to a board
going.
meeting.
Well, and
It's
yeah,
going
and
direct.
it can't be a board that's a do as I say and not as I do. right?
Correct. And that was the point that I wanted to make.
Yeah.
Well, 2 points. I'd like you to talk for a moment about the fact that policy is driven by the board, created by the board, and drives everything that happens in the district, or is supposed to.
Yes.
And I'd like to talk about that fact and the fact that if we don't follow our own policy, where's our credibility with our staff, with our parents, with our community? I think that's something we all need to understand. And secondly, toward the point of conflict resolution and creating more opportunities for the community to be able to talk to us when they have concerns, because that is very important. That is critical
Mhm.
that we hear from our community. Multiple avenues. We created a place on our website called Lakota Listens. And it's a variety of
Called the
issues.
what?
Lakota Listens.
Lakota listens. Okay.
You click on it, you've got a curriculum issue, you have an opportunity to download a curriculum assignment. It'll go to the curriculum department, they'll get back to that parent, or that's the process. Those channels were created to create even more opportunities, recognizing that no one person communicates in the same way as another person.
Yeah, I like
So
that. That's
lots of
cool.
different channels for opportunities for conversation. But would you talk about policy for
Sure.
a moment as a governance tool?
Sure. So your policy manual is critical, right? And the reason it is critical is because it's aligned to legislative code and it's aligned to legal and ethical laws, right? So if you follow your policy, which your policy has been approved by you as a board or previous boards, whatever it might be, but it keeps you compliant.
Legally.
And it keeps you legally, right, it keeps you legally and ethically compliant.
Not necessarily, sometimes the policy is breaking legal,
So sometimes the policy, what?
sometimes the policy is breaking your amendment. Or not breaking your amendment, but not following your first amendment, so it's breaking that contract that we have with the Ohio Constitution or the Constitution. And it
Well,
goes
I think that's why you have a board attorney to make that
Well,
call.
they're not always correct, and we don't have to follow the board attorney. Actually, the trustees don't always follow their board attorney and say, I'm sorry, but I do not go with that advice. We're not gonna follow that. So they err on the side of caution, sometimes too cautious, and our board attorneys are here. Unfortunately, they're here to back up the superintendent and support him, not to support us.
Well, they're hired by the board, they're district attorneys.
Yeah, but they always
And-
support us.
But you have to rely on good legal counsel to advise you about your policy.
And we don't have that.
And, and you have to follow that policy consistently, whether it's, you know, whether you like the policy or not, it's what keeps you legal. It's also aligned to your contract. It's aligned to your, staff handbooks, your employee handbooks, your student handbooks, et cetera. So when the policy is changed, all those other documents change as well.
So when the Ohio Revised Code says that something is our responsibility, but yet policy blocks that responsibility, then I do not agree with the policy. I follow the Ohio Revised Code. Can you give an example of that?
Yeah, what's an example?
Because it is our responsibility to hire and fire the superintendent and to evaluate them. How can we do that? If we can't get a clear and a spontaneous observation of the school environment, we need to assess the superintendent and
You're-
assess the school learning
You're
environment.
doing that through the work that you started this morning. Through
But that doesn't
approving,
necessarily have to be the only way. We are
no, there are,
she goes home and she looks up her things that she wants to look up to benefit to support what she feels that the community that voted her in would want her to vote. And she looks up the data and she's responsible for working outside of our board meetings to come to the board meeting with an educated vote. So how we do that is dependent upon each individual. And when the ORC and the Ohio Revised Code says this is your responsibility in many different ways, there are bylaws that are stopping that from happening, and I do not agree with those bylaws.
bylaws.
It's
So I want to say something.
policies.
maybe I'm not saying bylaws, maybe I'm policies.
I live a part of our policy.
So I want to say something too that might help accept us as we make our decisions. Sometimes the community has some information that might not be right. And sometimes.
You're kidding.
See, I'm speaking, you spoke, I didn't, you see, this is what I was telling you, the example that
Yeah,
the problem I'm having. I have the floor, I'm speaking, you are talking.
agree. So you said-
Very glaring.
Keep going,
So-
keep
So what I'm
speaking.
saying here is, community can have information that might not be right. And most of the time too, those kind of information they have, we are privileged to have more intolerance in executive session. But because of some circumstance, you're not supposed to share that. So you go back to the community, if they still have whatever it is that is holding them from making that, standing on that point, it's your responsibility to educate. Sorry, there are some things I might not be able to share because of the circumstance, but I've been privileged to more information. You must not insist on what the community want you to do if there are no evidence or facts or anything else that will help you to deliver. So it's you have to make with community members. As much as each one of you meet with your community, I meet with people. My people are telling me, okay, I think all the explanation. Sorry, I might not be able to go into details, but this is what you think. But I'm making a decision based on facts.
That's
So you go back, educate them.
agree.
You must not come back and say because the community is saying it, it has to be like that.
I totally agree. As board members, you are privileged to know a lot more information than many of your community members do. And there are some things that you can share and there are some things that you absolutely can't share. And I also agree with you that quite often people come to you with half a story or 20% of a story or their side to a story. And your job as a board member is to find out the rest of the story and to make a good call. And just because a community member might want to know the whole story doesn't mean that it's your obligation to enlighten them.
Yeah.
I think, you know, you all have said, you listen to people. That is your job as a board member. But you have to make your own educated decisions based on all of the information and based on the interests of all five of your colleagues.
Do you think we could have a general moment to talk about just an agreement to conducting ourselves professionally in meetings and get rid of the personal attacks? It really distracts from the business at hand.
I would love you to have a verbal agreement that you're going to do that. And you know, two-way streets, people, really,
Yeah.
you know, consistency and fairness. I might not agree with everything you bring to me, Linda, but I give you my word, I will listen to you. It's up to you all.
I believe we need that. I believe we need to do that. I believe we need to stop the attacks. I believe we need to stop posting on Facebook about other board members and that, again, we're not going to all agree. I think we have to agree to disagree professionally and not in the in the arena of public, what is that phrase?
The public eye.
No, just the court of
The
public
court of public
opinion,
opinion.
the court of public opinion.
Hmm.
We're not doing that. We have to, again, I love the idea of timing our comments. And after a certain amount of time, we move on. Because we're not going to, nothing in that 30-minute span is going to change your mind.
Absolutely.
And so I think we need to move on. We need to not worry about always having the last word. We need to be respectful in our votes. We need to in our how we have the conversation. And again, we're going to agree to disagree.
I think if everyone is consistent about being respectful and fair and equal, then that's fine, but that's not what I have seen. So I will give what I receive.
Well, Darby, many.
Here,
times-
here, I love
Yeah,
that.
And that's great, and many,
Yeah.
that's gonna be hard, it's gonna be hard for all of us. Because when things don't go our way, we get frustrated and maybe lash out, so we have to figure out how to not keep saying the same thing over and over that's degrading to the rest of the board.
One thing that I observe is,
Pardon me?
one thing I've observed is, when it doesn't go my way, and I make conclusive statement over what you say, which might not be right, might not be true, might not be the fact. That's because maybe that's the way I perceive it. So it's not okay for me to just say, but what you said is a lie. This is what somebody is saying, but that's not what I'm saying. Right? So conclusive statements doesn't fly with me. If you do not understand what I mean and why I make my decision, ask me, but don't conclude that I'm wrong.
I agree. I agree with what you've said. And I also, I mean, it seems obvious, but there's a difference between an opinion and a fact. And we can all have different opinions, but
Facts are facts.
facts are facts.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with you. But I heard Julie, I didn't actually hear from you, but it sounds like everybody here is willing, to Linda's point, to make a legitimate effort to have your next board meeting be a professional example, to listen to one another, to share comments equally, and to not take things personally.
And strike out.
But to not take things personally, it means that you can't make or receive personal comments, right? Comments need to be about the work and not about some person's intellect or, whatever it is, okay? What else, Linda?
I have one more thing that the board needs to discuss, but basically my concern is just that we have more productive meetings. And that doesn't matter who's chairing it or whatever. We have more productive meetings that are not distractions from the board's business.
And I think maybe,
That's been tough this past year.
I think maybe a good way to handle that maybe is, again, the time limit on conversations. I mean, once you've said, again, to Cheryl's point, if there's nothing new to repeat, then it's time to move on. And I think that's hung us up a lot.
And we didn't talk about this necessarily to your public participation, but I think you can also use it in public participation, which is if you've got a room full of people and there's 15 people on one side and 15 people on the other side, and you hear from 3 people on each side, I think it's okay for the president to say, is there anybody in the room that shares a different opinion? Is there something that should be shared that we haven't already heard? And you may already do that, or
We
you may
don't,
have
but
done that.
we do.
Actually, I think this is a good change to discuss because it's part of a newly implemented public participation policy is many districts do exactly that. We heard that at OSB and several different sessions, actually, that was how a lot of people
Now, you
did
could
it.
get some pushback.
We just go in order and many times we get a whole chunk and it might be the entire comment section that's all one side to something. Instead of being able to hear more constructively, I think the board needs to hear as many different perspectives and sides of an issue as they can.
So people come in and they sign up.
Yes.
It's become get there at 4 o'clock when the meeting's at 6:30, so you can get
Okay,
all.
so I worked with a district that had this happen, and what they started doing was, basically people came in and took like a raffle ticket. And they kept a half and they put a half in the hat. And they kept a half and they put a half in the hat. And then when it was time for public participation, board president just threw out and said, number 7. And so it became kind of a random draw to take up the 30 minutes or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But that way they felt like if you were pro one thing or against one thing, you didn't all show up at 4 o'clock to make sure that you took up the 30 minutes with your side of the story. So there are different things you can do. The other thing that, you know, the board president can do is say, we want to hear both sides of the story. So we're going to hear from 5 folks on this side or 3 folks, and then I'm going to ask for 3 folks from the other side.
I think that's fair.
And also, is there a point where you can? Okay, so let's say you hear from 3 people on the side and 3 people on the side, and there's still time and more people want to speak. And the 3 people on this side have said, I disagree with this, and the 3 people who say, I agree with this. Because, and all of their examples are the same, and then the 4th person that comes up, can you say, again, just like we would do with us, is there any new opinions or
Right.
it's not a contest of how many here and how many there, is there anything different to say that the board should hear?
It would not inform the board so much.
Especially when you know that there is a particular topic that, you know,
Right.
9 people in the crowd want to talk about. You would say, we're going to specifically address the 6th grade field trip. And we'd like to hear from 3 people that think the kids should go and 3 people that don't think the kids should go.
Just an example, this is not anything that I found in our school district. But say there is a book that they disagree with, some like it, some don't. And it's, you know, I think if we know that those people are going to be there to speak about that, we could have, you know, I don't know, I'm just talking kind of out loud
Right.
here, problem solving. I mean, if we know what topic they're speaking on, that would be helpful. Also for or against this or something like that. Or we could even do, we have 10 people divided by, 30 minutes divided by 3, which is 10, and you could have 5 on this side, 5 on that side if you wanted, or you could do the 3. But if you didn't have any different opinions, and you could continue, because we don't want it to cut the time short necessarily. But I mean, I think there's different ways that we could practice.
Yeah, you can.
I think it's important to hear both sides, I guess, obviously, because we want to be fair in our positions. But again, I don't want to take away voices, but if everyone that is signed up to speak agrees with these people, we've already had some people speak on this topic in agreement. Let's have some people who oppose this topic to speak now.
Yeah. And
As long as it's
I think
even,
being
yeah.
fair about it makes sense. I
Being
mean,
fair.
you all, your time is valuable.
Yeah.
There's no reason why
We should have
you all
to-
need to listen to 15 people say
Same thing.
bullying is bad, right? So, because bullying is bad, but anyway, that was just an example. But yeah, I mean, think about ways you can do it, because the other thing is, you don't want to take away from some random person in your crowd that might want to speak to, you know, the dangers of microwave ovens, right? Whatever. So,
I mean, I think we can't always assume that everybody at the mic is a hot topic. I hate this, I love this.
right,
I mean, we can't always assume that there's I mean, like you said, someone might just want to come and say, you know, I was wondering if we could have robotics on all campuses.
right. Or I think we should have, you know, Quidditch should be a varsity sport, whatever.
Right.
I don't know.
And does our new sign-up sheet, because our old one did, it asked for what topic do you want to talk about? Does the new sign-up sheet have that on it? I'm not sure that it does. It can be changed.
If it did, you could take a quick look at it
Yeah,
when your meeting starts and say, oh God, we've got 18 people that want to talk about Quidditch. And you could say, for purposes of tonight's meeting, I see there's 18 people signed up to talk about Quidditch. I'd like to hear from 3 people that think we should have Quidditch. And then I'd like to hear from 3 people that think we
and then
don't
we
need
all
Quidditch.
18 want to stand up and.
Well, I
talk
think
as
that's,
3 people.
well,
How to
that's
make
what the
a
chair
decision.
has to make that
Yeah.
decision. 3 people here, 3.
You see where I'm going with that in my head.
This is where it's been in my head all the time. And
Yeah.
then people are gonna say, well, it's a different topic. And then we're gonna listen and go, is it really? Or do they
Now,
just
then I
still-
think the chair can say, we've heard from 3 people on both sides. Does anybody have a point different than what we've already heard? Materially.
That just is, sorry, I interrupted. That assumes people will be respectful of that, which
Yes.
I am not confident.
I
of.
always try to.
But now is the time,
Yeah.
as we're implementing this new policy, to be talking through these things. and
Through
how-
logistics of
How
how
do
to
we
do it.
handle the logistics of it?
Well, I think we have to.
I like that idea though,
Try,
because I
and it
think we
doesn't
hear
work, and we
more
try something
voices that way, not all on the same topic.
Yeah, I think we have to try some, I mean,
I also want to add on top of what you said, Linda, the needs. I want to make sure that we don't shut down topics because we don't want to hear, there needs to be a conversation and a debate, just like what's happening right now regarding the Speaker of the House. There's actual debate going on, and that hasn't happened in a long time. And I think the board, it's healthy to have conversation on the floor and not just to shut it up. I mean, we need to be transparent. We need to allow conversation. So we want to be careful in setting time limits, which I kind of agree with in a way. But at the same time, we want to make sure that everybody has gotten their chance to speak. And there are some things that people might say that, again, I probably do this a lot, that I have a rebuttal for, or I disagree. And I think that's false. And I would like to correct that statement because I don't agree.
I think that is, I'm gonna tell you, I think that's dangerous.
That is dangerous.
Right? And the reason, and this is why I would say, when somebody from the public comes and says something Linda disagrees with.
Oh, I mean, on topics that we're voting on. Sorry.
Right.
You talking about
Okay.
board discussion?
Yeah.
Not-
board
Oh,
discussion.
okay, you're not talking about public
No, no,
comments.
no.
Okay.
Yeah, board
Board
discussion.
comments.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the debate is good. Yeah, exactly. I think the debate is
Unless-
good. That's in the
Unless it's a
discussion.
personnel issue, which should not be debated in a public meeting.
Yes,
Unless it's a board member or someone that they're charged with hiring.
Still shouldn't be discussed.
It's still
Still
a
should-
personnel issue.
shouldn't be.
There is a checklist.
Personnel issues should be talked about in
And
executive
that's
session.
determined by Ohio Revised Code, sets what's executive session and what's
I'm
not.
sorry, but if they're unhappy with something that's,
Again, it's,
I disagree with that because I think.
Yeah, I
there's-
think you're all gonna have to agree to disagree on some of these.
And that is why
But it-
sometimes to educate them, the community members are saying,
That's
oh,
right.
it's relevant, because they don't know a lot of things you know.
Totally agree.
You are being trained, you study, you prepare, you know what should be done, you know what the ethics are. You can also be violating the ethic and you'll be liable for it. So if they want something that is not proper, it's your responsibility to educate them. Hey, you know what?
I agree.
You want me to do it this way, but if I do, I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna be violating this, I'm gonna be violating this, because you know better what the function is for a board member than somebody
Exactly.
else in the street. So education too is what matters.
And I think it's okay to say to members of the public, I'm sorry, I can't share the whole story with you.
Yeah.
But I need you to trust that there's more to the story than you see. Done.
And when there's board discussion and executive session, that cannot be shared.
Exactly. Yep.
That is actually a liability for the district, and it does.
It's a
possibly-
liability for the district, and there's legal precedent about board members being personally held liable.
There are
for-
Yeah, I don't
consequences.
think it's shared. In my experience, I don't think it's shared unless you know something that someone is sharing.
That's good. If you can trust each other to really irritate each other in executive session if you have to, but to keep it there, that's a very good thing.
You can say something.
well, I feel like we need to remember that going forward, because I do feel like there are some things that have been shared outside of executive session in an email to township trustees.
Well, I
Things
also
in that,
think that,
and can I finish?
yeah.
Really briefly finish, the fact that if you don't think, and I may be wrong, if you don't agree with it and you don't agree with the legal opinion, you still can't send it to your lawyer to get another opinion.
I disagree with that because I have every right to have fair and equal
So that's- we all-
representation. Just, I
So-
do. So says my attorney.
Does she?
So
If it was it stuff in executive
Yeah.
session,
Yes.
then I would say you should not have.
I have
shared that.
equal and fair opportunity to have proper representation to ensure that I am not,
This is the issue that.
that I
it's getting out.
am
You could be personally.
following
Let him finish.
legal advice correctly.
I'm not an attorney. I'm just a big believer in the fact that executive session conversations and materials should be never shared outside of executive.
And we have a legal written opinion to that effect.
And so do I. So, and the other thing is that I also believe that there are people that eyes and ears are everywhere and have come to me who know what has been discussed in executive session, and I have not shared that. So.
We have.
Well, and you know what I would say, Darby, there,
We understand.
you need
I
to
don't
make
need
that,
I mean,
you need to make that known,
Yeah,
right? You need to make that known.
Facebook and blog.
Yeah.
I don't think it's.
If I
It's
were
not
you, if I
necessarily
heard
what
something,
happened, but they know what's happening. and what we just had discussion.
I think that some of that is probably natural,
Yeah,
right? I mean, during evaluation season, people know that you're probably evaluating your administrators, right? During budget season, they know you're talking about potential levies or whatever it might be. So some of that is natural, but if any of you ever hears from anybody something that was said in executive session,
yeah.
you need to call each other on that, okay? That's not his job, that's your job.
They just know what was happening, even though it was discussed in executive.
And
session.
some of that may be
They know
natural,
what was happening.
but they shouldn't know, Julie said this and Linda
No,
said
they don't.
this and.
I mean, if
I
you call a
said that.
special meeting during a whatever crisis, they're gonna know that people are gonna speculate.
Right.
That's not what we're talking.
What we
We're
want-
talking
What I'm
about what
talking
she said.
about.
Okay, well, she's.
I've not been privy or said who said, she said what.
Or the facts in that conversation as well, because it could expose us to litigation.
There you go.
Because we have freedom to talk about it in a confidential room. But when it goes out, it can be linked to whatever litigation or whoever is our or defense or whatever opponent. That is going to put us in a danger.
Well, and
I've seen that happen.
Sorry. There's also like, Darby, if you believe that you have the right to share it with your attorney, who knows who the attorney's sharing it
Then
with?
ensure he is attorney-client privilege.
So is what we're telling you.
Wait a minute, that's actually a really important point. right there.
But it's-
Sorry, go ahead. The attorney-client privilege is the attorney for the board. It is not an individual board member's attorney.
But
I
I
just want to be clear that the semantics
I'm
there.
represented
Why do you-
actively by our board attorneys, and if I feel I am not, I have the right to seek, it's part of the Constitution, I have the right
You
to
do have
seek.
the right, but not by sharing executive session.
If I want to ensure that I am not, that the legal advice is not getting me in trouble, then yes, I have the right to share that, to ensure that I'm not legally getting in trouble by our legal department with my attorney. Everything that I'm doing is okay, my attorney. I'm validated, so we just need to drop this conversation because I have every right to do to discuss with my attorney, something that I might feel I would be in trouble for if according to our attorneys.
So I want to make sure I understand, you have every right to share executive session material with your attorney.
No, that's not what I'm
To
saying.
ensure,
I have every right to ensure that our attorneys are not saying something that would potentially cause me to be in a lawsuit or get in trouble.
and does that include information from executive session if you're concerned about it, that you have that right to do that?
Yeah, I don't understand your attention.
She's saying you feel like if there's something that's said in executive session that you worry about, you feel like it's your right to take that to your
I
personal
have
attorney.
every right to check with my attorney to see if the advice that we are given by our attorney is not illegal.
Why would you be giving us illegal advice?
Why would, yeah, that's my question.
Because I do feel like that,
Because they have.
they haven't.
Yes, they have. I am ensuring that by law, I am being told things that by law I cannot get in trouble for. So that's why
I would-
I'm my attorney.
Why did you not assume that your lawyer is giving you the wrong legal advice? See, that's the problem I have, is that that's my
Well, why do
biggest
you assume
issue.
that our attorneys are actually giving correct advice?
Why would they not?
Exactly.
Because they don't support the board, they support the superintendent.
I don't,
That's her.
I've never known.
Because y'all are part of the OSBA, you don't understand.
Oh,
You
yes.
guys do not, you all are brainwashed into the institution. That's why I am here.
That it's not why you're here.
That's
You're here
why
to
I'm
advance
here.
a political agenda.
No, it's not.
So,
All right.
It's for the betterment of our.
We are done.
we have to address. Let me just say that from a legal opinion for all of us, what we received was that the board is the only entity that can make a determination about information being shared outside the executive session.
And if I feel.
So we would need to, Darby, I'm still talking,
Attorney.
We have that legal opinion on record. So I want to be sure that all of your members understand that is the legal opinion that has been put to us. And one more issue that came up at agenda. Cheryl, this has been an enlightening day. Very much appreciate your assistance and help with it.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
And this won't take very long. You certainly don't need to leave or anything.
It's okay.
So it came up in agenda. There's been a recommendation made about doing what our townships do in terms of our meeting minutes and recordings and publishing those the next day. So Matt, do you want to talk about that for a minute?
Well, I think that the townships, they don't videotape, I don't believe, I think they
One does,
does, one
Westchester
doesn't.
does,
Yeah.
and it's an audio recording for Liberty.
keep talking because I need a reminder. I know this came up, I need a reminder.
About doing recordings, but not doing the live.
Not doing the live
meetings.
Silent live,
Yeah.
the recording was the big piece. That is our official notes for official minutes. And part of it's a safety issue, according to the sheriff's department. There's a lot that goes into that. We don't talk safety
Right.
in public, but that is a concern, current concern with local law.
With the Zooming.
So I'm just throwing it out, very brief discussion. Let's do 2 minutes for every board member, shall we? 2 minutes. Yes, no, what do you want to do with it? And that would start with our next meeting.
Well, what,
Kelly, go ahead.
I think that we should stop Zooming meetings. Every piece of advice that we've gotten says it's only a matter of time before there's a safety issue. And also based on the climate that we're in currently and the fact that people come to the mic and say some things maybe that our students shouldn't hear. I think it's a bad idea to continue the Zoom. We did it during COVID so that people could come to our meetings, and legally we were allowed to do that. Up until then, we have never done it. We still do our meetings live. We still post it 24 hours of the meeting. So there really isn't, I guess there really isn't any reason to, in my opinion, now that they can come back to Zoom the meetings anymore, just because we never had.
So I heard Darby speak up first and then Isaac.
Well, I'm not done yet.
You're not ready to speak?
Well, no, I haven't. Sorry. Are you saying what I said a second ago?
She's asking you if you want to elaborate and speak now and share your
Okay, sorry.
thoughts.
That's understood. I think canceling the Zoom meeting is a bad idea. I think it's the attempt again to stop what's happening, the climate in the community. I think it allows for edits of the video to prevent the community from seeing what's really going on. And I think, again, this is another play by the board and the superintendent to shove things underneath the rug and again, prevent the community who can't be there from participating.
They don't participate on Zoom though. No, I'm just,
We'll do a
I can get my
rebuttal,
whole
we'll do a
2 minutes.
rebuttal round,
I'm kidding.
right? So we have the sticky notes, just like we've done in executive session. Write your comments down, save those. Isaac, you're up next.
Okay, the question I'm going to ask.
This is coming from community. Sorry,
Can I talk now?
no. I'm just
All right.
kidding, geez, go ahead.
Okay, my question I'm going to ask is, how did the Zoom meeting come to be in this? This district has been existing for many years. What was the reason for Zoom meeting?
When we were shut down, or we still kept doing board meetings, but we were limiting the number of people in the board meetings. And so the Zoom was so that others could be a part of that. Are you disagreeing with me?
Yeah, yeah, just really, because at the very beginning of COVID, when everything was shut down, we weren't allowed to be in person, so we were.
Right, we were doing Zoom.
We were
meetings.
Zooming
Yeah,
our
right.
meeting.
And when we came back, it was limited. You're right, Kelly,
Yeah,
So the Zoom meeting came because
because of COVID.
of COVID and.
Yeah. because
I mean, prior to COVID.
we didn't Zoom.
No.
We still recorded and
Okay,
posted.
we record-
Yeah, we've always recorded and posted. Yes,
But not Zooming live.
right.
Okay, then what is the benefit when you're Zooming live? Do the people that are watching? Okay, the reason then, at that time, do they contribute in the meeting because of the Zoom?
When we were Zooming and we were all stuck at home and we were Zooming, there was public comment
Mhm.
via Zoom
When they weren't able to be.
when they
present.
weren't able to be present. Yeah.
Okay.
We never stopped public comment. We
Okay.
always had public comment until then when we got back in person and people could come, then we started.
So that I'm trying to
No, it's
get to the point where I can make my own decision. So And why did we continue after COVID was over?
I don't know. We just did.
Okay, so,
I don't know the reason.
and now that COVID is over, I know I've never seen anybody contribute in Zoom meeting, live Zoom meeting, while the meeting is going on, right? That's
Right,
what
you
you can.
can't do that, no, right?
Okay, so I can make my decision based on that.
All right, Darby, Julie,
I think it's a bad idea. It's another game that you guys are playing and it's an excuse of safety measures. I don't buy it and neither will the community.
Dory, why do you
so
always?
wait a minute, that was Darby's rebuttal. Julie, would you like
Julie
to
hasn't had a chance.
have a chance here?
Sorry.
It's an interest, I hadn't really thought about the safety implications, but as I'm thinking that through, there do seem to be some security concerns. I know previously when we pulled back doing the live Zoom responses, there was a lot of concern, and some schools had actually had people kind of bomb into the meeting and share inappropriate things during that time. So I guess I think back to when we used to have Eagle Scouts and different people come to our meetings to earn their badges, and
We still
how we're at the point where I would worry about what is happening. And it is my understanding that there is some ability to limit profanity that's spoken almost like an is it the FTC who loops a word if it's profane? And again, I don't know if that's something we're talking about, but that to me, given the discussion that happened at OSBA and some of the advice I heard in some of the sessions, is something I would like our students to be able to watch the meetings. We have Spark students reporting on the meetings without them being an area where we're exposing them to inappropriate material. I feel like that's our greatest risk right now of exposing students to inappropriate material.
I think there are pros and cons. Seen a lot of districts quit Zooming since COVID was over, but a lot of districts continue to video record and post the video recording. I worked with a district not too long ago that said that they were going to continue to live stream their meeting, but they're going to turn the live stream off at the end of the meeting when they do public comment, because they wanted to make sure that inappropriate or they also thought, I think one of the comments I heard the board say at the time was, there are some members of the public that might want to come to the meeting to speak that don't necessarily want to be out on YouTube. You know, they might not want their face on YouTube forever. So so those boards, maybe they're still live streaming their meeting just until they start public comment. So I think your point about the fact that when COVID started, a lot more people were able to attend the board meeting because they could do it in their pajamas, you know, in their living room. And so a lot of districts have really enjoyed that greater community kind of awareness. And so trying to preserve that in a way that still allows for some of the safety and security concerns. So, you know, I think there's good points on both sides of that.
And
You know, I lean on Doug for the safety issue. We're just going back to pre-pandemic guidance and guidelines, and the trustees don't live Zoom their meetings, do they? I mean,
I think the safety issue is made up because when there was a lot of people there to express their dislike and calling me names and whatnot, it wasn't a concern, of course. So again, this could be retaliation, or it could be something where again, they're trying to hide the truth and put it underneath the rug. So again, this is not going to bode well for the community. They're not going to like it. They're going to be angry. And again, it's another attempt by the board to silence the community.
Why do you always go to the negatives? Why do you always go to the
Because
negatives?
this is not a positive change.
It's not a negative change either.
Yeah, it is.
We have-
Isaac,
Question.
Sorry.
Okay, I think I agree with you that it's going to cause concern to the community. But the question I'm going to ask is but I know the fact is that we want the community to know what the board did or is doing, either did or is doing. The question I ask that guide me is, if we're streaming, what are the difference between when the meeting is over, they get the information, because they're not even participating anyway, right? they're not participating in the Zoom meeting. All we want is the community to know what.
So-
happened
so why
I'm
are
not
you-
finished now. I'm not finished. This is why I said I have a problem too. I have the floor, I'm still speaking. You cut me
Oh
off.
my gosh, get on, Isaac, jeez. But being so offended so easily.
No, but you
Everything I
stop
do
me.
or say,
If I
you're
stop you,
offended.
you say I stop you.
Isaac,
Now I'm
please
speaking.
continue to finish your thought.
So,
Go ahead.
Finish up, I say.
I'm done. Because I don't see any benefit between life when they cannot participate and then they get to hear.
So then why
Because if
change
it's-
it? If you know it's gonna cause more issues.
Darby,
Why change it? If you know
Darby,
it's gonna cause more
this is
issues?
not your debate. Isaac, please finish your thought. Let us know where you fall on this, and then I would like to speak for the first time.
Yeah, I think-
Go ahead, Isaac.
I think.
Where are you sitting on it?
No, I don't want live streaming, no one, there's no
Okay.
benefit for it. The community can get the meeting the next day. That information is going to be communicated like after that.
Okay. It sounds like the majority of the board is saying go to what our other local governments are doing. We just continue our video recordings. We think that's important to do. But not continue the live stream part. And I'm in agreement with that for several reasons. I have liked the fact that people through the pandemic and through that entire situation were able to participate with us. And when we couldn't offer them the option of being in person, and I think that was really important that the board do that. I do have safety and security concerns, which we're not going to discuss in this open setting. But I do think there are some concerns that I have heard, and I agree with you on.
But you weren't concerned
And-
about me.
And the fact is, the inappropriate stuff is absolutely something that I think we do have a right. I don't see us editing our
we're not
videos. I
gonna
don't
edit
see
the video.
censoring happening on our videos. But I agree with you, Julie, that there may be something where there's profanity, that would be a beeped word or something along those lines. So I won't say that we never do any editing for inappropriate
Yeah, and
language.
that's not transparent and that's
So,
suspicious.
I think we have a decision on the process. We're not going to take a vote on this. This is just informing our administration what they want to do with this. And Mr. Zink and Mr. Miller both supported this. I don't know if you got feedback from technology. There were also some staffing issues, I think, that were discussed.
This is why 4 board members need to be replaced.
Can I say that the community's not gonna, this is not gonna go well with community because you're going to be out there bad mouthing it? This is an example of
I'm
Where-
serving the
can I
best.
finish?
It's gonna be, I know what my community.
Darby,
thinks.
please let her finish speaking. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, this is an example where you can prove that you do have it, that you do want to work well with this board. This is the
I don't
decision.
agree with this policy, so
Okay,
it's not gonna work
but it
well.
doesn't matter if you agree because it's the board's decision, not your personal decision. And if you, Monday night, when this comes up, if you're like, you know, it really wasn't I was not my thing, but the board has spoken and I understand blah, 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 but instead you're gonna be combative. You're probably gonna already tell people before Monday. And that's the example where we could start to repair what the board has gone through in the last year. It's something, we're not silencing anybody, we're not hiding anything, we're not trying to be transparent, we are recording the meetings like we've done for the last, how long has this district's been in existence, and putting it on the Facebook or on the YouTube the next day. We are not saying we are never gonna let the board, the public know what we talk
And you're
about. in the
making up a
meeting.
safety issue when it hasn't been a
You
concern in
don't
the
know,
past.
it's been a concern.
No,
There's
it's not.
You-
I've never.
First of all, you've never
One at a
been,
time,
it's your first year on
please.
the board, so you don't know what the safety
Well,
concerns
it
are.
hasn't been since I was elected.
Okay, 1 year. There has
Now,
been many.
I'll take a motion to adjourn.
It's suspicious.
Motion to adjourn. Thank you, Mrs. Schaefer. Is there a second?
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Adi.
Julie, you call the
Will you
roll.
call the roll?
Mrs. Schaefer,
Yes.
Mr. Hadid.
Yes.
Casper Bodie, Mrs. Bodie,
Yes.
Mrs. Casper. Yes, did you have a problem with that? I did. Mrs. O'Connor.
Yes.
Thank
Well,
you.
no problem.
Thanks, everybody, for your time. Thank you, Cheryl.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Cheryl,
Bye-bye.
you want to come out? Cheryl?
People are crazy.